Yeah. Hopefully not.
Oh, we're gonna need to turn that back on though. It's no, it's hot. It's 97 degrees outside. Okay. Brian, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Welcome. Nice to meet you, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. So let's jump in to your traffic study.
Great. Did you all hear that feedback, or is that just on my end?
No.
Maybe we need to take off that.
The Board of Trustees feed needs to be muted.
There you go. Yep.
Now we're good.
So you guys can hear me all right? Perfect. Well, hello, everybody. I appreciate everyone letting me join virtually. I've been working with Kim in the town of Lyons on traffic and roadway related projects since the beginning of 2018, which included a parking study, safe routes to school grant, those RRFBs had a finger on, a bunch of different things. Love the town, love helping you guys out wherever I can. And recently we've been engaged to do a few new projects or initiatives. I'm going to share a screen. I know time is short and I do have a lot to go over, but I would, as I understand it, this is a working session, so please interrupt me if we have questions as we're going. Hopefully I'm hitting these in the priority that everyone wants to sort of talk about these. So yeah, I'm going to find that share screen button and share. So I'm going to leave this in, sort of this work session mode so we can bounce around if everybody wants to. And then I can certainly send along the presentation afterwards. But the first one that I want to talk about that we worked on was the crosswalk across State Highway 7 at Railroad. I'm sure everyone is familiar with this one that heads into Laverne Park. The scope of this study was an assessment of this crosswalk versus the pedestrian crossing installation guide, which is a fairly recent guideline published by CDOT 2021. And it involved, after we went through the guidelines, it involved a traffic count, a breakdown of those counts, review with CDOT, and then ultimately recommendations that went along with it. So if you're not familiar with the guideline, it was put together by CDOT because they were seeing a trend where localities would maybe perceive an issue at a crosswalk, or maybe there wasn't a crosswalk and they thought there needed to be one, and a locality might go in and just do whatever they thought was right on a CDOT road. And CDOT was having a hard time keeping track of these things. RRFBs were going up sort of at a pace that they couldn't keep up with, and they had to do an inventory of those. So the purpose of this guideline was to use it to provide consistent treatments across all CDOT roads in all jurisdictions. These sections you could reference if you wanted to, but what became relevant for our crosswalk that we're looking at now is we needed to do a data collection of the pedestrian volumes and the vehicular volumes, and then that would lead into the appropriate treatment. And I'll go through these sort of quickly. Definitely stop me if you want me to go over any of this data in detail. But we picked a day where there wasn't an event going on in Lyons. We were trying to grab a more typical summer day. We knew we would hit pedestrian volumes, and we knew we'd hit vehicular volumes on, those big event days. So we were trying to find something hopefully on the lower end. So worked with the town to find a day that would make sense. Hopefully you can see from this graph that after 9 a.m., you have pedestrian volumes across that crosswalk and pretty high volumes. So above 120 pedestrians per hour from looks like about 11 to 2. So pretty significant pedestrian volumes. And then to go with that, the vehicular counts was about 5,080 T through there. So average daily traffic, heavy vehicles was almost 9%. And the promising data, which having spent a lot of time in Lyons, and I was kind of surprised actually, was the northbound speeds. The 85th percentile speed was 20.5 miles an hour. And then the southbound, so coming from the north heading south, was 17.7 going across that crosswalk. So actually really encouraged to see that because it's coming into that crosswalk there. So using that data, we have to first feed it sort of through this flow chart that CDOT has. And I won't go through it step by step, but where we do end up is that we have to reference this table over here. One important thing to note, because I think when you sort of first look at that crosswalk, you think, oh, maybe an RRFB or some, flashing beacon or signal would be appropriate there, especially because of how many pedestrians are there. That would be this number 4. And we don't end up at this number 4 primarily due to sight distance. So, and I'll talk about this later, but when we had the conversation with CDOT, we think that there's a way to improve sight distance at this crosswalk. So we go over to this table. We end up in this first larger column, and coming down into the less than 30 miles an hour, you either end up at an A or a C for a treatment, depending on how you classify the road. And I had a conversation with CDOT about how we might classify this section of road. Regardless of sort of if we end up at an A or a C, CDOT and I both agree that better signage is needed at that crosswalk. And then if you think it's a C, then we also need to talk about sight distance improvements. And if you're not familiar with the signage that goes at these crosswalks, you just have to go down the street. You guys do it very well in other places in Lyons. So the recommendation is to provide, one of these with the arrow that marks the crosswalk. You can also provide this sign, and I think, going out there and seeing the site, and I have a sort of a snip from Google Earth. I think this is probably something we knew just by going out there. The signage is lacking coming across the crosswalk here. And CDOT, how they want to approach this is in a stepwise manner, meaning what's the lowest hanging fruit? Lowest hanging fruit is obviously the signage that's missing. And then the next low hanging fruit would be a sight distance improvement. And that goes back to that A versus C treatment. And the sight distance issue is that there's on-street parking available right at the crosswalk. And so if a pedestrian is trying to cross, they have to step in front of this parked vehicle, and a vehicle coming down wouldn't be able to see them. Sort of as soon as you poke your head out past that car, you're already sort of in the traffic lane. So talking with CDOT, and then this is probably where, we have to have a conversation, is after signage, if the town wanted to continue to improve this crosswalk, we'd have to talk about this sight distance improvement, which would likely be restricting this first spot from parking. So that way pedestrians could sort of stand in that parking lane and you'd be able to see them and have plenty of time to stop before you got to the crosswalk. So maybe I'll take a pause there. Everything is muted. So if anyone's talking, I can't hear.
How about now?
Is the this laptop's. Where's your laptop? Is this better?
Oh, that's perfect.
What if you reverse it, mute that one and unmute yours? If that one's muted, thought it was an option.
So Dolores, let's mute yours. But I don't think we have any audio. Brian, can you speak real quick?
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. So that's coming out of here though, which is. He can hear us, now I can't hear him.
Subwoofer not found.
Yeah, okay, so that's running off this right here. Where is this TV plugged into? Plugged into here. Okay, so your audio, you need to kind of see it in here real quick. Sorry, I don't know why this is.
I know we didn't have this much trouble last time.
No, we've done this before.
Okay, can you hear speak now? So I know you might have this.
The other one muted.
I got it. So we're gonna turn off the microphone on this one.
No,
No.
there, that one's
I
on.
wonder if it's from the power.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear us?
I can.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
Now
Okay.
you gotta figure it out.
Okay.
Right, are they plugged in?
Sorry, so sorry about that, Brian.
No worries. I appreciate you working through it.
Sorry, tech support hasn't been here for a while.
Yeah. So Brian, I want to kick this off by just saying that I so appreciate the work that you've done, and that blue truck is parked at that corner every single day. And I almost get hit every single time we cross. I feel like the thing about the signs though, Brian, is that in reality, they don't work. I stand on the corner of 3rd and Main and 3rd and Broadway for 5-10 minutes at a time and cars speed by and they just don't stop. So is there any way to kind of elevate what we're talking about without having to go through the signs first, since we kind of, I don't think anybody would argue that they just, drivers tend to either not see them or just ignore them.
Yeah, even the flashing yellow lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll try to phrase this delicately. One of the data points that CDOT's going to look at on whether or not we can elevate this is incidents, which is, I assume you can still see my screen, but
Yeah.
and because there's been no incidents reported there, I think what it might take is for CDOT to have to go out and observe that, that people aren't stopping. When we look at just the data, speeds are low. We are pushing a lot of volume through that crosswalk, which suggests that, people are being able to make the movement. I think they're going to have to see for themselves that it is difficult for a pedestrian to get across there.
Do you think it's possible to do that via video versus having somebody have to actually get hurt?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not suggesting we send out anybody out there to get hurt.
Okay. I thought it was like, CDOT won't do anything unless there's an incident.
No. They need more proof, I guess is what I'm saying. The data that we have right now suggests that there's not an issue, besides for signage and sight distance. I do think, that does suggest that we definitely want to elevate this to, hey, this is a state law. It would be, I think a step that the town could make is maybe provide some more enforcement. But yeah, I think a video is a great idea. We can definitely talk to Jonathan, who's going to be our point of contact on this operational piece, and let him know the town's concerns.
That would be great.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could put, so temporarily then I don't know what you mean by refraining, that maybe the town could do something. I'm just wondering, could we put out like a pylon cone so that the vehicle doesn't park there in the meantime until we get some kind of solution going?
Yeah. So what I would see as next steps, if we were to do this stepwise, and we definitely don't, we can definitely try to elevate this to CDOT in the meantime, this crosswalk needs those signs regardless. And so we would submit an exhibit to CDOT to show them where they would go. And I'm sure everybody's familiar with it, but just so that we're looking all at the same thing, I'm going to drag this street view over here. I may need some more context on what tenant parking only is. It seems like it's a conversation with the owner, that at the very least, this sign needs to go away, and you can achieve this with some paint, with some striping. Pylons is a great idea. If we have it, those are all fairly inexpensive options. At the very least, the striping, but then this also has to be enforced. If this vehicle is always there, the town will have to enforce making sure that nobody's parking there.
Do we know if this residence there has a license agreement with the town for use of the right of way? That seems to be
I've
you
never,
should need that, or it should not be, it's a public right of way, it should not be available for the use of one property owner short of having a license. of some kind.
well, we should definitely find out. I don't know who the owner of that property is.
It's Paul Friesen.
So that'll go well.
That'll be an
Okay.
interesting conversation. I'm just curious of the history of the signs.
I don't
are,
believe
whether-
there's one, and I know we don't allow those signs anywhere else because it's all public, you know.
It's
right
public
of way.
right away,
Yeah.
but it does look fairly official. I'm curious if we put those up at some point in time, or if he put those up, and if he has, those need to come down immediately.
Right. So I'm just curious as to what is public right of way? Is it that gravel section with the weeds growing? Is that Town of Lyons property there?
Probably, yeah,
You probably see that right away.
yeah, it's
It's
probably
probably
CDOT right
CDOT,
away.
yeah.
And I'll bet the town right of way extends beyond that first wall of stone.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's probably not even town right away, it's CDOT right away.
Mm-hmm.
But the signs are clearly not permitted. I don't think, short of for a license agreement, either CDOT or the town.
Okay. So how do we get them taken down?
I think, I don't know who would code compliance, basically, may say,
Verify we didn't do
to
it.
verify one, we did some former borders, and we could give them a license agreement. And if they didn't, then I think we send a notice of violation and you take it down.
Okay.
Would-
All right.
Would it be
Um,
helpful, for the town in that effort if, this presentation will be part of the deliverable to the town? But if the, finalized recommendations are signing and also the parking carve out, I guess we can call it, if that's in the final recommendations, does that help the town to say, hey, this is what we are doing at the recommendation?
Yes,
Yes.
Absolutely.
thank you.
I guess I have one other question too, to understand the context here. Is Mr. Freisig's property here, is it multi-family? Is it rental units? I mean, why?
There's a
is it-
couple rental units.
Okay, I'm just curious why this is tenant parking.
Okay. Any other comments so far? All right, please continue.
Sure. All right. So another pretty meaty one. So the segment of Railroad Ave between the crosswalk we were just talking about and then over to Fourth was looked at to see if there were opportunities for improvement. So back to, the history of my involvement with the town, we've looked at the town sort of wholesale and a lot of these different segments along Fourth and along Main Street, along Broadway. And myself at another company have provided sort of similar recommendations that we're going to go over today. But so we looked at this segment and I don't expect anybody to be able to read this on the presentation. I'll zoom in just a little bit. But I do want to stress that me and my civil team here, we looked at every inch of this segment to identify opportunities for improvement and boiled it down to this sort of graphic on the right that I think will help us talk about maybe we're going to call it 4 projects along this segment and associated costs and what that would involve. And I think probably the most important one and is going to be this frontage right here. And I'll call this the frontage along the commercial property. So I think everybody probably has their bearings where we are. And you guys are sitting pretty much right over there.
Yeah.
So this commercial property here, the northern frontage of that site. So how it exists now, and I don't know if I need to remind people sort of what it looks like. This is my understanding of the current frontage. Some improvements have been made fairly recently, I think, associated with the improvements of the sidewalk on this northeast corner. But in looking at this, I know very well that that it's important also to the town that we increase parking in the town wherever possible. I think to improve this frontage and what is appropriate for the roadway section for railroad is to provide curb and gutter along this section, and then provide on-street parking. This will gain the town 7 spaces along here. I think it's critical for this. We are still down in the downtown area where parking is a premium. This would be public roadway, so no restricted parking here. It's already available on the north side of this road. You all are familiar with it. So it'd provide an extra 7 spots. It would define the access for this commercial property. I think one important thing to note is that the Lions code suggests that commercial properties only have one access location. So if I was looking at this development as a whole, and if there was no history here, I would say that the commercial access should probably be located on Park, and standards dictate that 135-foot, a maximum of 35-foot of width access should be provided per parcel. So if we were looking at this in a vacuum, the recommendation would be that access be provided to the south. Let's assume that access is grandfathered for this parcel. This would give, we would start parking just past an existing utility here. And you'd provide those T's and L's that mark the parking. They would have a 35-foot access, and then you would get your other 4 just past this. And then that would leave sort of operations for the municipal building the way they were. That's just to the west here. We did a really rough high level OPC to figure out what the cost of a project like this might be. And we're getting in the range of 16,000 to 25,000. Now, I do want to caveat that this is with a lot of contingency. So I would suspect that the town would probably be able to do this for cheaper. But the way I wasn't sure if this is a project that the town would bid out or that process. So this leaves a lot of wiggle room. And just to be clear about what this cost estimate provides, it's the curb and gutter, the sidewalk, the driveway, which includes the ramps, and then painting and striping. And that also includes the crosswalk and stop bar that would be along 4th.
Hey, Brian, can I ask a
Yep.
question?
Please.
So one of the things that we've just started a couple months ago is the Boulder Lions bus route. And 2 of those spots that you have on the far right is exactly where the bus stops and waits before it does the route through town and then heads into Boulder. And actually, we have a larger problem because all of the bus stops that are in town, we have parking right in front of the bus stop. And so people have to get onto the bus in the middle of the street if someone is in fact parked right in front of the bus stop. So I would hate to take those 2 spots away and then the bus really has nowhere to wait before it starts its route. I don't know if that's a question or a statement, but I think we need to resolve the parking in front of the bus stops too here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think one maybe benefit that we have right now is that these spots don't exist, or if they do, they're sort of just who wants to use them. So instead of saying we're going to gain 7 spots, maybe we're saying we're gaining 4 spots, and also we're providing a bus stop for the route. And so I can change these recommendations to maybe show that, and maybe I just need a little. I can get with the town just to understand what the bus route is and maybe where those stops are. So we can look at that in the full context. And I mean, would it be helpful if, it was the town looking at maybe bus shelters or maybe a bench, or, we can price in like a concrete pad to really say like, hey, this is the bus stop. There's no parking here, because we definitely don't want people having to cross out into the street to get on the bus.
I think
Yeah.
the thing is, though, we don't know how long the Lions Flyer is gonna be in existence and what may or may not come after.
Yeah.
So we can't really consider it a permanent bust, unfortunately.
So maybe it's a striping recommendation.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, we can stripe out we'll call it a bus pad, to restrict parking there. Then if the bus no longer operates, we can, you know, it's an effort to restripe it and gain that parking back.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, so I want to be sensitive to time because I know that we were late getting started with you. So how about if we go for another 10 minutes and then get to the second part of our workshop? And if we need to have you back next time, we can totally work that out if you can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll try to get through these a little bit quicker. I think the rest are a little, you know, we looked at the parking in front of, we'll call it the Boulder County building. Seems there's a lot of police vehicles out front. Right now, the sidewalk crosses in front of the parking field, and their striping for the ADA is not marked. So we were providing a suggestion of how to reconfigure the sidewalk to be behind the parking, some removal of sidewalk and landscaping. I'll send this along. It's just for safety. I mean, and also probably liability for the town. This would be a terrible place for a pedestrian to get hit, especially for the operators of those vehicles. And then moving along, a similar suggestion for parking behind the building that I believe you all are in, and then sidewalk to continue along the state highway. And we priced out some of that, including ramps. These are pricier project because there's some inlets over here that would need to be reconfigured. Just high level estimates. This doesn't include any design, but these are just construction estimates. But I'll pass the PowerPoint along for you guys to take a look at.
Awesome.
And then finally, Stone Canyon Drive. So sort of moving on over to the other side of town. As I understand it, neighbors along Stone Canyon Drive had some concerns about traffic, primarily heading, and this is rotated a little bit. So Stone Canyon Drive heads north this way. After it's not paved anymore, it's actually Boulder County's road. So that will present some challenges depending on what the town wants to do. But so we did a data collection along Stone Canyon to maybe answer some of these questions or you know, provide some suggestions. And what we did in this data, you know, I can pass along the raw data. We did a turning movement count on a Thursday, and this should be a Saturday, to get a typical weekday and a typical weekend. So which, if there are cars turning onto Nolan, this is Nolan here. And then we also did a tube count, speed volume and class count for a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, marked right here to get an idea of what kind of traffic is, you know, outside of this neighborhood or coming into this neighborhood. Very quickly, these are the peak pedestrian count. So this crosswalk isn't very heavily utilized. There aren't a ton of people crossing right here. And well, the volumes are fairly low during peak hours. So fewer than 30 vehicles go through this intersection during a peak hour. So we would consider this from a traffic perspective, pretty with no operational concerns. Much like the other crosswalk we talked about, it has a lack of signage. So this would be a recommendation if it's the, you know, maybe we just caught it on a bad day for our data collection. But if we are aware that this is, you know, maybe during the school year, a route that a lot of children take, we would definitely want to improve the signage here. And then moving on to the mechanical counts. So I won't go through this in detail, but we did see 85th percentile speeds around 30 miles an hour. We did see fairly high heavy vehicles, which makes sense because what I believe is north of there is, some industrial operations, and volumes along the road are above 300 during the week. A little bit lower on Saturday. So we attribute this to whatever work operations are out there are generating some more vehicles. For all intents and purposes, under 400 vehicles, we would still consider a pretty low volume road. So we don't have a concern there in a traditional sense. Well, one thing that we did kind of suss out with the town is that there are these 20 mile an hour speed limit signs as you enter Stone Canyon from the highway. And we did confirm that the speed limit in Lyons is 20 miles an hour. Typically when we see this sign, I always wonder if it's just something somebody put up or if that is the ordinance. But we did confirm it is the ordinance in the town. And since speeds are 30 miles an hour, or since the speeds at where we took the data collection are about 30 miles an hour up here, this is a big straightaway. So I would expect the highest speeds to be here. When we get into the neighborhoods, I would expect they would slow down a little bit, but we didn't do the data collection there, so we're not sure. So if it was the town's intention to put in some improvements to lower speeds through here, if that, if that is the concern, there's a lot of ways that we can do that. And again, I will pass this along. There's too many to talk about in detail here. But things like on-street parking, some striping things can cause friction along the road to help people slow down. Likely you wouldn't want to do anything out of the vertical deflection category, which are, speed humps and speed tables, because you do have to plow that road. And then I think the other thing we need to consider is that whatever you do along this road has to be on the town side, because everything north of that is Boulder County and unpaved. And they'll probably want to say in whatever, sort of operations head up that way. So yeah, I'll take a beat. So are there any questions related to this effort?
I don't have a question related to this effort, but I do have a question related to how we decided what would be studied. Because, I look at this and I think of the kids walking to school, and I live close to the elementary school, and there are no sidewalks at the elementary school. People blow the stop sign all the time, speed down the street, getting their kid to school. And it's really like a miracle that nobody's been hurt. And so how did we decide which neighborhoods would get studied?
Sure, that's a great question. So we met as staff and we had a fair amount of complaints from this neighborhood. And I think it has to do probably with the high, and Brian spoke to that, the vehicular traffic in terms of the weights and someone sent in and said their ring camera counted, I want to say 450 cars one weekend. And we were surprised, or one weekday. And so when we put this study together, we had the funding for the RRFBs, we had enough to do another one. And so that area came up because I think, to your point, we know about the concerns already around the elementary school and it being a school zone and looking at adding sidewalks there for safe routes. But this one, unless you're up there, you didn't understand why it was a problem. And I think Brian makes a good point of, it was great that we got the crosswalk painted per the request, but we need to put in the signage that's appropriate in terms of letting drivers know you're coming up to a crosswalk.
Yeah, good. Well, yeah, and I'm really interested in how we can make Third Avenue safer for the kids, because right now the only crosswalk is like some painted paws, but like it's not even so. So it's a good thing we'll be talking budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
And also with Stone Canyon, I would be really curious to confirm where the school bus stops. Is it in front of the crosswalk? Is it on the
It
east
stops
side?
right in front of my house, which is Nolan Road and Stone Canyon. Stops on Stone Canyon, backs up on the Nolan, there are only 2 children who come out there at this point.
So does the crosswalk serve the purpose of the children crossing from the
Yeah, though
bus?
they stop the traffic in every direction with the bus. That crosswalk is very rarely used. It might be used once an hour, maybe twice an hour. The problem the neighbors have identified is speed. And it's not so much speed in the north part where it goes to dirt, though it's bad there, but speed in the lower part as well. And it's primarily people who live up the canyon. I mean, we all know there are specific cars and trucks that will come through there at 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. And that's why everyone on that street is complaining.
And I want to be clear that, you had no impact in the
Yeah,
decision.
yeah,
No,
I-
I didn't,
You didn't connect the dots
Yeah,
on
and
that.
didn't even.
Jocelyn is
Enter my
there
mind.
as well.
Yeah.
That I
It was really.
had no
more
idea
than
that that was even being done.
Well, Brian, thank you so much for this, and look forward to further discussions. And look forward to receiving the slides.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's time, and again, sorry I couldn't make it up this time, but happy to keep the conversation going, and please let me know what I can do to further serve the town.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And so we'll move on to the next part of the workshop if Director Eyestone's around.
I am around virtually. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is really great timing, as the mayor said, because we're diving right into budget. I've got a couple of things for you all tonight. And I know this is just more of an introduction because I know many of you have not been involved with the town's budget process before. So this is kind of just a very brief overview of, how things work, what it looks like, where your involvement is. And then at the next Board of Trustees meeting, we will have further conversations where the board will discuss priorities and goals and things like that for the 2023 budget. So again, this is just a brief overview. So if it's okay, I'll share my screen and we'll dive right into the budget calendar. 1 second. And all of this information that I'm sharing is linked in your packet. So what we do every year is we prepare a budget prep calendar, and it starts typically in July. And a lot of the work in July and August here you can see is staff work. So we're developing forms for staff to fill out. We're having a lot of different department head meetings and gathering feedback, and the departments are filling out their operational budgets. We're meeting on capital needs and priorities. We're actually doing a long range capital plan that you'll also see. Currently, that's where we're at. We're reviewing those with Victoria and myself. And then we've also delivered the budget forms. We created a form this year for the boards and commissions to make various requests for those as well. So those were delivered to the boards and commissions on the 17th and are due back to staff by the 23rd of this month. And then staff is planning on reviewing those requests from the boards and commissions. And then, we'll incorporate into the budget as we have funding. And then we will also provide the board all of those forms as a part of the budget process so that you can see what's being requested from the commissions as well. So right now, the process that we're in is in September here. So you can see this is really where the board involvement starts. Today is the 6th. We're doing our intro to budget workshop. The next meeting is the 19th, which we will help develop budget priorities. And then the department heads will review and discuss the final draft. And we will incorporate any of those priorities that are discussed at the 19th board meeting with you all. And on the 13th of October is the state, the 15th is actually the deadline, but on the 13th, I will deliver a draft proposed budget to the board. And then we will post a notice of a public hearing, just letting the public know that a draft has been delivered, it's available for review, And then it will be considered in November for adoption. So the really heavy piece in October for you all is the 22nd. It's a Saturday and it's an all-day study session. We'll all be there in person, hopefully, and from 9 to 4 p.m. We try to block off that afternoon and morning for discussions, and the department heads will present all of their budget to you, and I will do a very in-depth kind of town-wide budget, which will show you the revenues, expenditures, how we're doing with fund balance, how we're doing with reserves. So that's definitely a pretty important workshop that we do that will give you all a lot of good idea of what's in the 2023 budget. At that time, we will ask for feedback, see if we missed anything that you feel is very important. And, if that's the case, we can incorporate those changes into a revised draft that will be considered for adoption on at the November 21st meeting. We hope that by that time we've narrowed everything down, got all of our changes incorporated, and that given you all a good chance to review and ask questions as necessary. And at that time, we'll take a resolution for adoption. In December, we established the mill levy, and we have right now the code reads that we're required to do that by ordinance, which I will get into in just a little bit. We're looking at making some changes to that to align with the state deadlines. So that's kind of the overall process in a nutshell. And I'll get into the mill levy piece here. So the property tax budget process is a couple of different steps. So the town's board sets the mill levy, that determines the amount of property tax revenue that the town generates. The mill levy cannot exceed 19.522 without a vote. And on the flip side of that, as you may recall me mentioning before, the property tax revenue for the town can't exceed 5.5% from the previous year, and that's by state statute. So generally what that means is that the town does not and has not levied the full 19.522 mills for some time. But the way that the revenue is determined is by the Boulder County Assessor's Office and their assessed value for the town. And I'll show a timeline at the next slide, but the property tax revenue and the mill levy for the budget is projected using these preliminary assessed amounts from the assessor. So that's what I'll be developing the draft budget on. Then the Boulder County Assessor's Office releases final assessed values, and oftentimes they do change, and we hope that they don't change significantly. But once they release those assessed values, the town's board certifies to the county assessor what the town's property tax mill levy will be for the following year. So that's the activity that takes place in December. And then just as a side note, the budget needs to be adopted before the mill levy is certified. And so just to give a better visual of that, these are the budget deadlines that have to do with property tax. So by August 25th, the assessor releases those preliminary values, and they did come absolutely at the last minute there this year on August 25th. So I've started to develop the property tax revenue using our limitations. The deadline for them to release the final assessed values is December 10th. And it doesn't typically go that tight, but it is a pretty tight window when they release those final assessed values. So at that point, if any revisions need to be made to our mill levy projections so that we don't exceed the 5.5%, then I'll do those at that time. And then really short turnaround window for us is December 15th. That's when we're required to certify the mill levy to the county commissioners. Currently, by code, this is done by ordinance, which requires 2 readings. And in the past, or at least last year, this required us to hold a special meeting to do that. So what we are proposing and is the next language, and it will be probably revised at the next meeting. Brandon and I will work towards this, but what we're proposing is to update the town code. And this is how it currently reads. The town board of trustees shall by ordinance, and we're suggesting that we change that to resolution. And that's definitely possible. Many municipalities do that. So by resolution, fix the rate of tax to be levied upon the taxable property with the town for municipal purposes, and basically shall officially certify the said levy to the county commissioners by December 15th of that year. So our current code reads prior to November 1st, which you can see that does not align with budget deadlines and when the assessor even releases the final assessed values to us. So I just wanted to give you a precursor for next board meeting that we will be looking at changing the code to adjust those deadlines and allow us to adopt by resolution in lieu of the ordinance. So we don't have to have 2 readings for that. And that is it for this portion. I do have other things that I wanted to share as well. Is there any questions on the calendar and the timelines? I know that this is kind of a lot, but I just wanted to give you kind of an overview of what to expect.
I don't see any questions. I'll just say that, I actually think the all-day workshops are kind of fun. So if you're worried about like an all-day Saturday, it's actually fun. And I believe that we usually end before 4. So try not to panic.
Yes, we did last year.
Yeah.
So the other piece that I have for you all is a little bit of homework. So in order to prep us for the next workshop, what I'd like for you to do is fill out this budget preparation and planning form. And I think this will help us just kind of encourage and start off the discussions on, what our priorities are, what do we want to accomplish? And so there's a form in your packet with a few questions based on inflation, salaries, staffing, what you might want to see your commissions complete, other priorities, and then additionally gives you a chance to review the current fee schedule to see if there's areas where you feel like we might want to increase, the fees. And so what this document does is helps me as well as Victoria and the other staff incorporate anything, that we can incorporate ahead of time so that we're really making as little changes as possible towards, towards the end of our, end of our schedule. That's kind of the idea, is to work as a team and try and get everything incorporated as best we can, and then see where we land as far as revenues to expenditures, because my goal is to always deliver an already balanced budget in draft form to the board. And then if we missed anything or if we need to shift priorities, we can definitely do that. But these documents, these planning documents, really help us do that and to deliver that document already balanced, meaning that the revenues are covering the expenditures and that we're meeting, any priorities and shifting, gears if we need to shift gears. So my plan for this document was, if you all could complete it by early next week, then I can compile everybody's data into something that we can review and discuss at our next workshop. And I think it'll be, a good place to kind of get us all, in the same direction. And that way I can deliver that budget with as little changes needed as possible towards the back end. Additionally, with the next workshop, we're going to also take a look at the capital requests that the staff have identified and the ones that we've identified for 2022 that haven't been budgeted that might be a little bit more urgent, as well as 2023. And then what I'm going to ask is that, everybody can go back and rank their priorities and add additional priorities if they feel we've missed some capital things. So great example, are some of these traffic study things that might become priority over, kind of the wants versus the needs conversation. That's always a tricky budget conversation to have, but what are our needs versus what are our wants? And then prioritizing those, as a group. So that will also be covered at our next meeting as well. Let me think if I missed anything here. The fee schedule is attached because that is one of the questions here. And it's really small on the screen, I apologize. But what this shows is that all of our current fees, the ones that are not required for voter approval, are listed here. And if staff goes through these annually and we identify areas and opportunities we feel, increase or decrease, and some of them were decreased during COVID times, and we're slowly bringing some of those back up to the pre-COVID levels. But really this kind of gives everybody an opportunity to weigh in, and we don't pass this fee schedule until it's scheduled for December adoption. So there's definitely plenty of time, but it is something important to consider as we're looking and trying to weigh some of our priorities, because as always is with the budget, we can't fund everything. But these are some opportunities if we feel, we have some higher priorities that maybe don't balance in our current budget. So how can we bring in additional revenue to make some of those types of things happen? So this is just, I believe it's like 4 pages. It is, pretty detailed here, but you can kind of just take a look at those and see if there's any that you feel need to be addressed. And then there is a section on that form for you all to fill out on the fee schedule as well. And so my ask is just if you have feedback for these forms, or if you even have anything that you want to add, feel free to add additional comments on there. But if you could email those or drop them off at Town Hall, and if you email them, feel free to CC Victoria on those as well. And don't email the group, just email just myself and Victoria. We would really appreciate the feedback and your input as well as we are continuing to build the budget.
Can I ask you a real quick question?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've talked about in the past that the fee amount really should be kind of made at the level of what is the incurred cost of the town. It's not per se a tax, right?
Correct.
So I think that our question to the town staff would be, what is taking an enormous amount more time than what we're charging for? And so how could we get feedback? But then also my other question would be, is it even proper to say like, well, what if we wanted to incentivize solar? Do we decrease that fee? Or should we even be thinking that way? Or is that just not what we should be thinking?
I mean, there's some wiggle room there to do that, but I mean, generally you're correct. You should be collecting what it costs to provide that service.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so I would ask the town staff to like highlight what might take a lot longer than what we're charging for.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we definitely do that at the staff level. And so I think more, if you see anything that maybe you would like us to look into or to research a little bit more to make sure that we're in line with other communities and our current costs, this is just an opportunity to do that. I think it always kind of depends on the board, but some like a little more input than the others. So it is always nice to hear the trust at the staff level. So we do appreciate that comment that's there.
And then on question number 4, I would love staff input. And I think that was the one, what additional staffing do you recommend? Was that 4? Is that right? No,
Number 3.
It was number 3. Yeah, staff input on that would be great.
Yes, definitely. And we, as we build the budget, we will build that in if we feel there are areas where we can afford to do so. It is, staff is definitely an expensive, continual, ongoing addition, versus a one-time capital need. So it's always very well thought out. So you will definitely see those suggestions as part of the budget process as well.
And then, so we've talked about camping quite a bit recently. And one thing I would like to see is how our camping fees compare to other similar campgrounds. Because that seems like that could be a good way to generate more revenue and then maybe put the whole camping tax discussion to bed. once
And I
and
think
for
the trustee had a point, we do that as staff, we
You do.
do look at what's happening in Estes, Golden, Larimer County to kind of get a sense, but we will definitely do that again as part of the schedule in advance of the budget.
all. Okay.
And I was gonna ask Kathy, did you think this was more just to see if the board would review it and see if anything jumps out as a concern? Hey, why is this fee so much, that you can ask and find out about it ahead of time rather than at the end? I don't know if
Yes,
that's-
absolutely.
And that, right, and asking about staffing, were there any concerns that you all had before we work with Victoria, who makes the decisions on the staff side on what we might have, but we can get your thoughts and opinions for us to incorporate while we're discussing it at staff level.
Yeah, absolutely. It is so much more efficient and for staff to get that feedback beforehand versus at the end of the budget process. And then we're scrambling to add and figure out where we're going to balance. And, so if you have questions and concerns, it's just so much better to get that feedback and those priorities ahead of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and I'd just like to make a comment. Thank you for putting some thought behind this planning form, Cassie. I'm just relieved to learn that I have a little bit more time to consult with the EVC and the HHSC to see what additional funding they might require. So I appreciate having until next week. I went ahead and did this thinking this was due tonight. And so everything has been penciled in, and I'm looking at this as a PDF, and I'm just wondering if there's any way to get it in a format that is possible to edit.
Sure. Why don't I send, I can send the Word document,
That'd be
and
great.
then in lieu of circling things or something, you can just highlight and
Right.
So I'll have maybe Dolores can send out the Word document for everybody.
I sure will.
That would be great.
So I have about 2 questions and then I have a thought. So on question number 1, when you're asking about operating expenditures in relation to what's expected for inflation next year, we already are budgeting conservatively. Is it 3% or at 5%?
For sales tax,
Yes.
so we budgeted for sales tax revenue 5.5% over last year. We're coming in around 7 as of last month. We haven't got in this month's numbers yet. So we're coming in a little bit higher in our revenue. But
Okay.
this was more, this question is more geared towards expenditure budgets, because what happens is, there are certain line items that if we don't increase for inflation, then it's kind of a discussion on, okay, are we going to ratchet down service levels, or, it's a give and take type conversation. And so while every line item doesn't necessarily need to increase for CPI, it's more just to give a gauge of, and some people might be more sensitive towards, wow, inflation is so much higher. So maybe we shouldn't be, increasing budgets, and we should be discussing service levels, or, to account for that. It's just more to gauge, if everybody chose 6%, I wouldn't say that the town's operating budget, I'm going to increase it 6% across the board. That's definitely not the intent of this. More
Well, I
just to
kind of was-
gauge it.
Okay, but I guess I was sort of wondering, do we have a trend that's identifiable that the town has sort of gone over the last 3, 4, 5 years of increasing by a percentage amount? I don't know if we've got something there that we can say, well, we technically have done pretty well by increasing 5% each year of our
Sure.
expenditures. I don't know. I just was kind of curious if that's.
Great question, actually. That's a really good question. And I think that that's a good slide to show the trend for. is what has our operating budget increased for over the past 5 years? Because it definitely has.
You're right, okay.
Mhm.
And then the second one on number 2, I don't know, what is the current annual standard salary increase to compare to? It used, when I worked, it was 2%. I don't know if that's still the case.
Well, it depends on the municipality. So typically we do get, there's around this time, there's surveys that go around between the various municipalities. And some municipalities increase for, and that's typically, what we're comparing to. They increase for CPI and inflation. And then there's others that do a merit increase. Some do both. Some say, okay, everybody gets CPI increase, and then we're going to allocate, X percentage for merit. Some only do merit, some only do CPI. So we've seen a couple of data points. I don't know that we've seen many, and they usually come to Victoria, but that last year was something, for everyone that we received, we did provide that data to the board in the workshop information, just so that you had that data to compare to.
Okay, that would be great, because I kind of didn't have a clue where we kind of fit in here to make that decision or recommendation.
So last year, just to give you we budgeted 3.5% last year for the 2021 budget. So that was, what we did and that was by using comparison tools with other municipalities as well.
Okay.
Do you know what the COLA was last year?
It was, I almost want to say it might have been 4. I can't quite remember. I'll have to look that up. But I think we were just below, at least at the time of what the estimate was at that time.
And then my third thing, it was a sort of kind of high level. I was thinking about in terms of the fees that we charge. In terms of fire mitigation, this is sort of big picture, so I don't know if it's something we can actually do specific to this budget. But if somebody were to be doing some kind of building that requires a permit that's going to better mitigate their house for fire protection, maybe we could find a way that they have a lower fee, permit fee or something, if they can prove this is, this particular shingle on my house is going to reduce the chance of my house burning down by a certain percent. I don't know how we do that, but maybe that's an opportunity for us to consider trying to give people an incentive to mitigate their house, and we can help with permit fees or something like that. So I just wanted to throw it out there.
Thanks for that.
I think that's 2 trustees now who have mentioned the word incentive or incentivize, and I think that's a discussion we need to have around the fee schedule and what are we doing to incentivize people, depending on whether it's a permit of solar or whatever it is. But is there a policy? Because that's a question that came up when I was reading through it. Do we have a policy around incentivizing?
Yeah, and when we look at our priorities at the next meeting, that'll be a good conversation to have too, is how do we incentivize what our priorities are?
Yeah, and I think we should think long and hard, how much we use fees to incentivize. Should we even be doing that as public policy?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know in my head what the answer is, but I would be hesitant to go overboard with it.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to energy related issues, you're going to be a fair number of federal breaks going to be coming along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think needs to be taken into account. I think the one area that you're not going to see federal breaks on is fire mitigation.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that is an area that would be worth it for us to take a look at. At the same time, is fees the best place to do that?
Right.
Fees need to be covering the actual costs. The other concern I have related to all of this is just, we really don't have a clue at this point. It is a wild guess to say what inflation figures are going to be for 2023.
Yeah.
And they're so specific to specific areas at this point. I really like the request that we say where where has this year's inflation affected us specifically
Mhm.
in terms of budgeting? What are the areas that are pretty much impervious to it? Because that is, reading the tea leaves, figure out where that goes from there. And I mean, what we might say today is sure as hell not what we're going to be saying on November 21st.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
I think it'd be really helpful, Cassie, if like Jocelyn was saying earlier, just getting some trends, some slides that show the different trends over the last 5 years when it comes to operating expenditures and staff salaries. I think that would be super helpful information because I don't know, I haven't been tracking that.
Mhm.
So it just gives us. some reference.
Absolutely.
And even comparable, even how it compares to other towns this size.
Mhm.
Cassie, do you know, what journals does Victoria use to establish compensation? Because I know at work we have the Sage journals. I mean, we have these really expensive high-end journals that tell you what a software developer makes in each city in the United States. Does Victoria have access to all that? Or, sorry,
She does through CML.
CML?
So
It's not a
the
journal per se, it's more of a listserv
Yeah.
and we share information through.
Yeah.
They do put out a salary study.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but it's like a journal that it's right
Yeah.
We have quite a lot of that from last year because it was
Victoria
very
did all of
detailed
that.
for the board last year.
Yeah.
It's just, I think we have previous year already ready to go with the adding this year.
Well, and she adjusted it really well, as Holly will
Yeah.
remember, because what they do is they have you compare Lyons to a similar town with the same population, but where we're very different is we're in Boulder County.
Yeah.
Everybody's driving in, so she was able to get that data from CML and be more comparable with Firestone, with Meade. When
Yeah.
they're a little bigger than us, but they were in the front range, not Rifle, Colorado.
Right.
Right.
Right, so she did all of that. heavy lifting.
Rifle
Got a really
expected
good
that.
salary.
And last year, the board was able to find some excess money at the end of the year for staff like bonuses. Which is really nice. Yeah. Okay, well, I think we need to wrap this up. For now, and we'll take it up again in 2 weeks. I see some people congregating outside. So we might want to open the doors and. Yeah.
Let's turn on the air conditioner.
Take a break. Yeah, can we turn the air back on, please?
No,
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call the Tuesday, September 6th, 2022 Lions Board of Trustee meetings to order. Yes, can we please have the roll?
Mayor Rogan,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Farrell,
Present.
Trustee Delman,
Present.
Trustee Dati,
Present.
Trustee Edding,
Present.
Trustee Elton,
Present.
and Trustee Woman.
Present.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll read the land acknowledgement. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. And here in Lions, we take a reflective moment of silence before we begin. Thank you. I did that out of order. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
Would anybody like to amend the agenda? I would like to propose an amendment. I would like to propose moving up the staff reports to right before the consent agenda. So after the first and second readings. And that is to not make staff stay until 11 o'clock tonight. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great, let's vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Tracy. And now let's vote on the agenda as amended.
And that also passes unanimously.
Terrific, thank you. So now is the time for audience business, and you can address the Board of Trustees about any matter except the second readings of the ordinances. We'll have a public hearing for those a little bit later on, probably I'm guessing around 7:30-ish. So if you would like to speak to those, you can sign up right there. If you would like to address the Board of Trustees on any other matter, you can do so now. And you will have 4 minutes. Officer Mitch. I believe you wanted to address the Board of Trustees. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Deputy Mitch Roseborough, otherwise known as Rosie, and 100 McConnell Drive.
Thank you.
I think most of you guys know, if not, this is the last year for Bill to be up here. It's also my last year as the school resource officer at the Lions as well. I'm not going to talk about myself today. I'm going to talk about Bill. So I've been trying to push this idea, and I really want to come with the town of Lions and kind of push him and say, hey, I need you guys' help to get him to stay up here at Lions. Not only has Bill been my supervisor, but he's also my SRO supervisor as well. We've done a lot of things together over the years. And right now, Bill's the best fit for what's going on up here in Lions. I'm a little concerned about the younger sergeants coming in. Bill's had a lot of experience under his belt before he came up to Lions. And I think that just shows a lot of his character and his calmness and his attitude towards this job. Bill knows a lot of people in this town. I've supported Bill for many years. He's been my mentor when I've gone through some stuff as well. He's also my supervisor as well for this SRO program. I've known Bill for 20 years now. He's one of my best friends. Now he's one of your guys' friends because he does a lot for this town. Not only does he supervise me all the time, but He's also been involved with everything that goes on in this town, and he does a really good job of setting it up for you guys. Bill took over this program, or the Lions program, almost 5 years now, and this is, I think this is in his 6th year. So, we have a kind of a mandatory change in the guard at 5 years, and I don't think that's fair to Bill as a supervisor, kind of coming in and, you know, kind of getting his feet wet. Now he's kind of landed, and now it's like, okay, where do we go from here? So, I'd like you guys as the town of Lyons to sit down, maybe take a couple minutes, write a supervisor above our level. We have a new sheriff coming into town. Things are going to be changing for the sheriff's office. I'm a little nervous about it as well, but if we reach out to these supervisors, if we explain to them, hey, we want to keep things in place for the time being, let us continue to work this out. Let's see what the new sheriff is going to do and put in place. That way we can kind of get stuff going. I think Bill needs to stay up in this town. Like I said, I've been around the rest of the guys that are, I'm not bad mouthing the other rest of the deputies or the supervisors coming up here, but I know Bill. I know his working habits. I know how he takes care of business. And he's been a fresh pair of eyes up here at this place. I think I pretty much have got that. Am I under my 4 minutes yet?
You got another minute,
Oh, I got another minute. So
54 seconds.
I think the big thing is the biggest thing I've seen out of Bill over, and I've worked Lions pretty much all my career. I've been a cop for 20 years. I spent most of my time up here at Lions. Bill has found Lions back. He's always had your guys' back. He's always taking your guys' phone calls. I try calling him and he'll be like, I'm busy with the people of Lions. So he's always had your guys' back, and I really appreciate how he's gone above and beyond to help out what's going on up here in this town. I'll see you guys in spring when I try to give my speech about keeping me up at his ass. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to address the board about anything other than the ordinances on the table tonight?
I've got a few people that signed up. Was all of these for the ordinances or different topics?
It was a topic.
Okay. Sally Van Meter.
I hope I'm doing this in the right order. I'm still uncomfortable speaking and looking them now.
If you'll just state your name and address for the
My name
record.
is Sally Van Meter, and I live up on 218 Ewald Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I want to bring up a subject that so many of us in the Corona Hill Heights neighborhood have just found out about today, which is the aerial spraying for cheatgrass. And everyone I've talked to, a lot of response about it. We're very uncomfortable that they're going to employ spraying cheatgrass with a fairly toxic herbicide. And we've heard things like, well, it's to help control fires, et cetera, et cetera. But I would just like to put forth that I think it's worth, no matter how little power we might have against Boulder County Parks and Open Space, to challenge the aerial spraying of. It's so close to my neighborhood. It's less than 2 blocks away. They're going to be spraying. And I think that there's better solutions, and it'd be nice if there was some kind of communication with Boulder Parks and Open Space other than a letter saying, please do not do this, because I don't think they're going to listen, honestly. And this is a town that prides itself in having all this beautiful open space, and then we're going to just dump all this herbicide in neighborhoods close to the St. Drain, right on the Heil Ranch, essentially. And I just think it's there's going to be a lot of 20/20 hindsight where this is concerned. And I'd like to see if there's anything that if you can send out a town letter saying, if you want to question or challenge, here's who you can do this to, and here are things that you can bring up, because everyone in my neighborhood is really upset about this. There's kids, there's wildlife, which includes bears, lions, eagles, hawks, bird life galore, and all that. And I just feel like if we don't say something, it's just gonna be accepted like a lot of other things get accepted because nobody's willing to stand up and say anything. That's all I have to say. So if you can maybe create a newsletter saying, here are the proper contacts for you if you want to protest this aerial spraying, because it's supposed to happen quite soon, actually, this month. And I got, the only reason I found out about it was through Robert Breckenridge posting what John Queen was talking about. And if you read what John Queen has to say, you won't be very, you wouldn't love to have this in your neighborhood. You wouldn't want an herbicide drifting into your neighborhood. That's the wildlife, the kids, all of
Yeah.
them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is anyone else on here, wanting to speak on another issue besides the ordinances?
And maybe is anybody on Zoom wanting to speak on any issue besides the ordinances? I don't think so. Okay. Well, the next item on our agenda is the Liquor Licensing Authority. Do I have
You may start on Chris report.
oh, I'm so sorry.
Doesn't that do with staff? Or will be done?
Usually you're separate, so.
Yeah.
We have other
I'm
microphones.
trying to
too,
turn
so-
it on. That's not turning on.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, yes, I will give my report. Well, first and foremost, I'll thank Mitch. I'm very humbled by his words. It's kind of funny because I'm saying the same things to my upper staff about Mitch, trying to keep him up here in school. So we're battling for each other's jobs, I guess. We have some aces up our sleeves and we'll continue to see if we can make some policy changes, but we'll continue to move forward with what we got to do. So I do have kind of a short report tonight. To let everybody know the black cameras are fully up and functional. We had our first demo and they've gone live, so we are up and running on that. I'll be getting more deputies in speed with that so they can get any of the alerts of the Amber alerts or the stolen vehicles and things like that. A little bit ago, I was asked for kind of a mid-year report. I do have that now. I did not get the stats over to the packet in time, which I apologize. But I will say that it's pretty much a carbon copy of the last year. We're on track for about the same, maybe a little bit less call for service. The top things that we are doing still stay the same: traffic stops, medical calls, animal complaints, and field initiated activity, which are follow-ups, reports, park patrols, all kinds of things like that. They kind of get thumbed into a follow-up queue on our dispatch logs. So, but it's a pretty big report and I'll get that out to you guys in the next packet so you can look at the finer details and some of the more specifics that we have. And that is all I have for tonight.
Thank you. Any questions for Sergeant Chris?
I have a question.
Yes.
Will you be sure to share the email address for your new, the new Boulder County Sheriff with us?
Yes. I will send that out.
And when does he get sworn in?
He will get sworn in the beginning of January. I think it's January 4th or something like that. Fortunately, he's a current division chief with us now. So he's in-house. So he'll be affecting change, I think, kind of starting in that October, November timeframe where he's working with Sheriff Kelly right now. We did swear in a new undersheriff last week, Kerry Weinheimer. Undersheriff Tommy Sloan is retiring at the end of this month. So he's also working in that shadowing department and they'll be teaming up to kind of see where the projection of the department's going to go in the future. I have a lot of great things to say about Curtis Johnson. He's going to be a great fit. He's a lot like Sheriff Kelly. I think he'll carry this department forward. He's dedicated if he gets voted in again for an 8-year term. So I think you'll see more of the same and maybe a fresh set of eyes for some new.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Well, now can I have a motion to adjourn as the Board of Trustees and convene as the Lions Liquor License Authority?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we'll vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. And is Marissa here? Oh, great. There you are. Hi. Would you like to give us a staff report?
Moxie Mercantile, located at 355 Main Street. They just received a new liquor license in July, and they are applying to modify that current licensed premise to add the adjacent parking lot on the property. They'd like to be able to hold special events and other activities and need that larger area. The building is currently licensed through the state and the town. The applicant has paid all fees and has passed all background checks. Public notices have been posted on site and staff has received no objections to date.
Thank you. The application submitted to the clerk's office together with all supporting documents are hereby made part of the record. Any other documents presented to the authority during this hearing shall also be made part of the record if a copy is given to the clerk. Was the notice properly posted and published for this matter?
Yes.
I move that the entire corporate limits of the town of Lyons be considered as the neighborhood for purposes of this liquor license application and the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? No. All right, I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
The applicant may make a presentation to the authority concerning the requested liquor license application. After the applicant, other interested persons will be provided an opportunity to address the authority. The applicant and any other person who speaks may ask questions of and cross-examine any other person who speaks at this hearing. Is the applicant present?
Present.
Hey, Andy, would you like to give a presentation?
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for letting me put this in front of you guys tonight. We're just simply trying to extend our area of service a little bit to include the benches and the picnic tables that sit on 4th Avenue or facing 4th Avenue, and our picnic tables in our parking lot for musical events, and just have a little bit more room to have folks enjoy a beverage while they're having a snack.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? Would anybody else like to cross-examine the applicant? Okay. Looks like that's a no. Clerk Davis, is or will the applicant be in legal possession of the premise? Has the applicant provided to the town evidence of ownership or a lease agreement?
Yes.
Does the zoning of the property permit the proposed liquor use?
Yes.
Does the applicant hold another liquor license or have an interest in any other business which is licensed under the state, oh my gosh, under the state laws governing liquor licenses?
Yes.
Did the town's investigation of the applicant disclose any reason why the applicant cannot hold the license he is requesting?
No.
Has a liquor license been denied for the same premises or for a premise within 500 feet of the applicant's premises within the last 2 years based on a finding that the needs of the neighborhood do not support a new liquor business?
No.
Great. Is there a motion to approve or deny an application?
I move to approve the liquor license modification of the premise application for Moxie Lyons. I specifically find that the establishment meets the reasonable needs of the neighborhood and the desire of the adult residents of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second that.
Is there any discussion? No. All right, we'll vote.
Unanimously.
Congratulations. Looking forward to that weekend Bloody Mary.
Thank you so much.
Is there a motion to adjourn as the liquor licensing authority and reconvene as the Board of Trustees?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Right. Any discussion? Okay, we'll vote on that.
Motion passes unanimously.
Perfect, thank you. All right, next up is ordinances and public hearings. So first on the list is the second reading of ordinance 1126, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, repealing and replacing section 101030 of the Lyons Municipal Code prohibiting the open carry of firearms in public places. I'll ask Attorney Dittman to give us a preview of how the proceedings will go. Try one more time.
Okay. Start holding it.
Is it turning red?
It's not
It's doing
even,
nothing.
it's not turning around.
I just wanted to track you. I mean, it's not a huge deal. So I'm gonna give a quick overview of how public hearings work on ordinances. I realize there's a lot of people here tonight. We don't always do these every time. My name is Brandon Dittman. I'm the town attorney. Generally, how we do ordinances on the approximately do here tonight is that first will be a staff presentation presenting the ordinance before the Board of Trustees tonight. After that, the Board of Trustees will have the opportunity to ask staff questions about the ordinance. We will then open a public hearing, which is the opportunity for all of you to comment to the Board of Trustees on the item. On this particular item, the Board of Trustees has created a 3-minute limit per person. So please try to wrap up your comments before that 3-minute time limit is up. If you have not, the mayor will remind you of the time limit and ask you to wrap your questions. If you not wrap your comments at that point in time, they have to ask you to sit down. So please try to be courteous to everyone else here in the room and wrap it up for 3 minutes. Following going through everyone in the room and on the Zoom, we will close the public hearing. At that point, the Board of Trustees will put a motion on the floor, which will be seconded. When that motion is seconded, there will be the opportunity for additional questions. If there are no questions, we can move on to amendments. If there are any, which starts the discussion process where the board discusses the ordinance, and eventually once that discussion is concluded and all amendments have been passed, there will then be a vote on whether the ordinance shall be passed or not. And so that's generally the process. It'll be the same on both items for tonight. So just to give you kind of a preview of how this is going to work. So I think that's concludes more or less the preview of that satisfactory.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. And I just want to say that we're so glad all of you are here. We really want to hear from everybody. So we thank each of you for being here tonight. So I will ask then for a staff report.
Okay, I think I have drawn the straw on giving the staff report on this one. So once again, I'm town attorney Brandon Dittman. I believe there's the first one, I'm looking at different things.
1126
Okay, which is
open carry.
the open carry one. So that, and I only apologize, I'm looking at different copies here. But so this is ordinance 1126. You may remember now in July, we had a workshop where the Board of Trustees asked for a variety of options for gun violence prevention measures. And this was one of those proposals in that package of potential solutions. It is a Lyons driven one. It is different from ones that have been passed in other jurisdictions, with responsive to our own needs and concerns. What this ordinance would do is it would prohibit a person from carrying a weapon openly on public property. And that what that means is a public place that is owned by a government such as the town or other political subdivision of the state. So for example, on a sidewalk, in a public park, in a public building, places that are generally open to the public. What this ordinance would not do, which is evident in the exceptions, is it would not in any way limit a person's ability to conceal carry a weapon pursuant to a valid state permit. It would not prohibit a person from carrying a weapon openly in a private place, whether that be a place they own themselves or in a private business where they have permission to do that, or in a private home where they've been given permission to openly carry that firearm. There's also in no way restrict anyone's ability to own a firearm. It would not restrict the person's ability to own ammunition. It simply does is it does not permit the open carrying of firearms in public places. And that's simply it. There are a number of other restrictions, exceptions in the ordinance for things like law enforcement officers, for people like the National Guard who may need to carry weapons, that when authorized to do so under either state or federal law. So there's a number of exceptions in here, realizing kind of the practicalities of owning firearms and needing to transport those or carry those under certain conditions. So I can go into much more detail on those specific exceptions if you want me to, but that's a general overview. I know many people have questions, especially given the current legal kind of debate over these ordinances about what makes this one different from some of the others that have been passed in Boulder County. So the ones that have been struck down in the United States Supreme Court. And that this is simply, restricting the open carry of weapons on public property. It is not restricted person's ability to own a firearm. The test under the Buren case, which is the most recent Supreme Court case, I think we're all familiar with this to a certain degree, is whether there's a long-standing tradition under the Second Amendment of this type of restriction or regulation being enforced in the United States. And I think speaking with our people, legal experts in this field, as well as other advisors to the town, that restrictions on open carrying weapons has been around for quite some time, going back to the founding of this country. So we think that given kind of the very limited nature of this particular ordinance, that it would not in any way infringe upon anyone's legal rights to exercise their Second Amendment freedoms. And so that's our analysis of what's being proposed. It's a very targeted solution, really driven by what we've been told by our law enforcement and by other experts is a potential solution to gun violence prevention in the town of Lyons. And so if that's my presentation, I'm happy to ask any questions you may have at this time before we move on to the public hearing.
Does anyone have any questions for Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, I have a question and I would direct it more towards Sergeant Christ about how the sheriff's office feels about this ordinance.
I'll put it this way.
Okay, no worries. We're law enforcement and enforcement's the key word there. So whether we feel pro or con in this law, we'll enforce what's passed. Generally, as I spoke in the workshop, that enforcement becomes a little bit more difficult, especially on the Second Amendment. There are certain things that we can and can't do. With this type of law, this is probably the most easiest enforceable type of law where it's a blatant violation. If it says you cannot carry while walking down Main Street, openly carry, and they are, I can be proactive and approach that person and say, there's a problem here. So in that aspect, it becomes easier for us to enforce. Does that answer your question?
I think so. You're not prepared to give a recommendation.
I feel squarely that that's on the board for their determination on what they feel is best for the town, and I'll support it either way.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, I have another question for Officer Chris. One of the exceptions we have is a law enforcement officer. I think it's clear what everybody thinks a law enforcement officer is, but is that strong enough? Is that too gray? Should it be a uniformed law enforcement officer? Is that going to cause problems to you if you can't clearly understand if it's a law enforcement officer in this jurisdiction or not? Is there anything you would like changed there?
Well, that's a good point. I guess I would have to say that most law enforcement officers off duty aren't going to open carry anyway. So that's going to be pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
The only problem I see there that you're kind of pointing out is just different jurisdictional folks that come in and out. So we have Parks and Open Space, they're law enforcement to a certain level, both certified to a certain level, things like that. Generally anybody enforcing anything is going to be uniform. Yeah, it's a tough one. That's a tough one, but I don't think the confusion in that realm would cause us any problems. If somebody's in plain clothes, if somebody's in plain clothes and are open carrying, that's probably a violation of their
their agency's policy, to do that.
Even off duty?
Yeah, pretty much. We don't,
Yeah.
you know, law enforcement has the ability to carry anywhere, so, but it's gotta be concealed. We have to do it without alarming public and things like that.
Mhm.
So they're gonna be probably in violation of whatever jurisdiction they're under, you know, whether it be state patrol or something like that. That's really a one-off question. I don't think it would happen, but, you know, we would address each case on an individual basis, based on totality of circumstances, how that individual is acting, what the circumstances are, and make assessments from there.
Thank you.
So, Sergeant, would it be fair to say if there was a law enforcement officer openly carrying and was authorized to do that, that would not be a violation? Correct. Of this code? Correct.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Okay, then I am going to open the public hearing. And I believe that Clerk Vasquez has a sign up sheet.
Typically, this is for items that aren't on there, so I'm not sure if they want to speak to one or the other, one ordinance or the other.
Okay,
That's my thing, so.
yeah, so.
I can start at the top if you, and they can decide if they like.
Yeah, so this is, so comment right now will be about ordinance 1126, the open carry ordinance only, and you'll have another opportunity to speak to the other ordinance during that agenda item, if that makes sense. So we'll do the in the room first, and then we'll go to the Zoom and see if anybody on the Zoom would like to speak.
Did you want,
No, it's okay.
okay.
Yeah.
I've got Sharon McConnell.
And if you could state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sharon McConnell, as in McConnell Drive, McConnell. My address is 1416 Apple Valley Road, Lyons. I've lived in Lyons my entire life. I grew up on that farm. As a kid, we used to go behind the shed and practice shooting our rifles, because none of us had pistols at that time. I believe this ordinance is good for Lyons residents, for visitors, and for the town and community. It gives a few seconds delay if any person were going to pull a gun. They have to get to it. That would be my concern, is slow it down as much as possible. Okay, as a grandparent, I like to think that my kids and my grandkids could come to here, could come to Lyons, like they always have, and feel safe and have fun, like everyone in town does. We're growing. We're going to have, what, 80 rooms or 80 people? A good start for a large group of people coming in. We have 5 wedding venues. In your mind, picture somebody with a gun on their side going to a wedding. Those two, in my mind, don't compute. I'm in favor of people having their guns and using them responsibly. I have no issues with anyone having guns and using them. Again, I would like to say that I believe it is in the best interest of our community, of our businesses, of our family, friends, and guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just so everybody's clear, the Board of Trustees does not respond to public comment.
Yeah, I'm chicken scratch right.
Is it Marvin LaRusso?
Kevin.
Kevin LaRusso, I'm sorry.
I should have been a doctor, but.
If you would please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kevin LaRusso, and I am not from here, but I am here on behalf of the nearly 200 Rocky Mountain gun owners, members that we have in this town. In a town like that, or as small as Lyons, that's a pretty significant amount. I've been here many times in the past, and I do love this town. I love this town quite a lot. It's beautiful. But I want to talk about the issue of open carry, because what this is more than anything
first and foremost, before I go on, I want to talk about Section 13 of the Colorado Constitution, Article 2, which is the right of no person to keep and bear arms in defense of his home, person, and property, or in aid of the civil power when thereto legally summoned, shall be called into question. But nothing herein contained shall be construed to justify the practice of carrying weapons concealed. In other words, the open carry right of a person to carry their arms on them shall not be called into question. I understand, this is still allows for concealed carry, but there's a whole age group, 18 to 20, that are being deprived of their right to carry because concealed carry requires the age of 21 in this state. So you're already depriving them. But let's talk to the bigger issue here. The bigger issue is obviously this is in response to the tragedies that occur with gun violence. And when you talk about tragedies of gun violence in America, we're talking about tragedies caused by the individual. And what we realize here in America, what the founders realize, is that when you allow individuals to be the source of tragedy, it is much smaller than when you allow government to be the source of tragedy. Right now, we have about 35,000 deaths to gun violence per year. Now, if you actually extrapolate that, that means that we would take over 350 years to match the amount of deaths that occurred in Nazi Germany between 1939 and 1945. And we're talking thousands of years to match what occurred in Mao's China. This issue is not just one of like, oh, we have an issue of gun violence. You're talking half the deaths are suicides, as was the case of my roommate back in March. And those are an entirely different situation than the open carrying of firearms. And then half of those are related to gun violence associated with drugs, gang violence. It's either 99.7 or 97% of all gun crime in this country is committed using illegally acquired weapons. So you're not even talking about the law-abiding citizens. Law-abiding citizens have the right to send the message that I am armed, I am protected. 70% of criminals currently in jail for violent crimes admitted if they knew someone was in the building carrying a firearm, they would have chosen a different location. This is not just an issue of, we don't want guns on our streets. It's an issue of fear. People are afraid at the sight of a gun. Hoplophobia is the fear of weapons. It causes a response similar to the fear of heights in people. And when we allow these fears to conquer us, we are telling the criminals, you have actually won on this situation. You have actually dictated to us that we are so afraid of the tool that you have that we don't even want to display that we have it as well, that we are willing to respond to it. And to someone like myself, being a veteran, being 6'1", I don't ever want to take the chance if I'm in a place that doesn't allow concealed carry, or if I'm in a place that doesn't allow open carry. I know that I cannot possibly defend myself against a criminal that wants to do me harm without that equalizing force, and neither can my 5'2" weapon. So I ask tonight, we do not allow our fear.
Your time is up, sir.
Well, I'm just saying.
Would you please state your address for the record?
My address is 3425 Shields, and it is not here in mine. I promise you that. So
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Clerk Vasquez.
I'm sorry. Next is April Kraus.
Good evening. If you'll state your name and address for the record.
My name is April Krause, and my address is 505 Gormson Park. Thank you, Board of Trustees and Lions citizens, for hearing me out for just a few minutes here. I just want to speak briefly about the new ordinances, specifically, I guess, 1126 at this time, which is up for vote. My family and I have lived in Lyons for 6.5 years, and we love it here. It's a great little community. We were recently reading on the front of the Redstone Review, and I've also been speaking with Moms Demand Action about these two new ordinances that Lyons has up for vote. I feel strongly that our community can take the steps of approving both new ordinances, and that every step we do take, or that anyone takes to create and approve more gun regulation is extremely important and necessary. Redstone Review also stated that there would have been over 372 mass shootings so far in 2022. The loss of lives due to gun violence and the lack of regulation is devastating. It's absolutely devastating. I personally have had some unsettling experiences where walking through town and have seen open carry. And usually that's when I take my child or children and leave the premises and don't feel comfortable. I strongly urge the passing of 1126, which is what we're, the ordinance, and 1127, but we're talking about 1126 right now, for the safety of our town and our citizens and my family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Kelly Taylor Russell.
Good evening.
My name is Kelly Taylor Russell. I live at 838 4th Avenue here in Lyons. I love this town. I love where I live. Love who I live with. And I want to thank you, trustees, and everyone here for your service and for taking time to listen to all of us tonight. I'm just going to say right out of the gate that I don't like guns. Make that really clear. I feel scared when I see them. I worry that my kid will go to someone's house and it won't end well. I worry about the ease of access for anyone to get a gun, not have enough training and experience, and use it in a heated moment. I worry for people who are in mental health crises, who use them to end their life. I worry about mass shootings. I have that level of distaste and also idealism when it comes to issues around weapons. I'm not here to vilify anyone who owns, uses, loves, feels like they need a weapon, a gun, for protection for themselves or their family, their home. You have your fears and I have mine. I'm 100% in support of Ordinance 1126 and encourage you to wield your powerful, nonviolent votes. And that the fear of a lawsuit could be overwhelming. And I encourage you not to allow that to guide your conscience with your votes. If a courageous few with power and voice can take steps into the dark and be a light, no doubt others will follow. I believe that voting yes on these is a step in the right direction and that you put yourself in really great company with the many before you who have worked and protested and drawn a line when it comes to a nonviolent world and our right to that. People who make big waves like Abraham Lincoln, and the smaller, subtler, but no less important waves of people like Theodore Rex, who was the first county clerk to issue a marriage license to a gay couple. No doubt they faced financial fears and fears for their lives. And no doubt they were not alone. And neither are you. My husband's from the UK and is still flabbergasted that people have guns, that he could walk on someone's property mistakenly and fear being shot for that. The culture we live in is maybe sometimes seems normal, and this is not the way it is everywhere. If there really are people going to our parks on the weekends.
Your time is up. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. So I see that we have District Attorney Doherty with us. District Attorney Doherty, would you like to speak?
Good evening. I want to thank the mayor and the board of trustees for allowing me to join you tonight as you take on this important, difficult, and often contentious issue. And I also applaud you for having the strength to do so. And in putting forth the two ordinances that I support, I want to stress that I recognize that people have opposing views on this issue, but certainly the vast majority of Americans want to see leaders such as yourselves take action. And in the approach that you've adopted here, which I would refer to as a limited, thoughtful approach, it's exactly what we should do as leaders of our communities and figure out how to chart a path forward. Federal government arguably has done very little in this regard because gun violence and the rights of gun owners has become so politically divisive that it's difficult to get anything done at the federal level. At the state level here in Colorado, we've seen very brave legislators take on some sacrifice issues around gun violence. And last year, they empowered local communities such as the wonderful community of Lions to take action to protect our community members and our visitors. So I can't thank you enough for taking this important step. I've been a prosecutor for 25 years now. So I honor and respect the Second Amendment. But I've also seen far too much gun violence in my career. So when I had the great honor of becoming district attorney in 2018, we began a number of initiatives to try to limit and reduce gun violence in Boulder County. And as a result, formed a strong partnership with Representative Magoo's in his office. So he invited me to speak with a youth counselor of his on a Sunday afternoon about efforts we're undertaking to combat gun violence. And at the end of that Sunday conversation, they asked me, do you think we'll ever see another mass shooting in the United States? And I had the same look you did, Mayor. Of course, we will. I'm sorry to say it, but I'm going to be very honest with you and just answer you directly. We will see another mass shooting. 2 days later, I was at the King Supers alongside the incredibly brave and courageous members of law enforcement who responded to that mass shooting. Mass shootings in the United States are actually very rare, and yet we've had hundreds this year alone. So how can those two things be true? How can they be very rare and we have hundreds? Well, it highlights how much gun violence we have in our country. And that gun violence is reflected in our caseload at the district attorney's office. Boulder County, especially, I shouldn't say especially Lyons is a beautiful, safe, and wonderful place. But we're not immune from the challenges and violence that we have elsewhere in the United States. So just recently on a Saturday up in Longmont, after a teenager is alleged to have shot another teenager at a playground. I don't say that the ordinances that you're contemplating tonight that I hope you'll pass will solve every problem. But I think it's certainly a step in the right direction. We've had a number of things that we've supported and that we have in the office. And I have handouts here for people who are interested around safe gun storage, which passed into law. That was over opposition from others. The extreme risk protection orders, which individuals can use if they believe someone's an immediate risk to themselves or to others. That was also passed over opposition. There will likely always be opposition on this issue, but it shouldn't turn us away from doing what we absolutely need to do to reduce gun violence in this country. So I want to thank you for taking on this important issue and recognize again that local communities have been entrusted with the responsibility to deal with this now in the Colorado law. And that's why I'm here tonight. That's why I support so strongly what you're doing. If there are members of the community that ever have questions for me, I'll give you my phone number. It's 303-441-3700. And I'm always available to meet with any members of the community. But tonight I'm here to thank you and support what you're considering. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Next, we have Gil Sparks.
Mr. Sparks, your name and address for the record.
Good evening, trustees, mayor, Attorney Goodman, Gil Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. I didn't come here tonight to speak on this ordinance, but as the testimony has been made, I felt compelled to do so. From the outset, I want to say I support what you're doing. I disagree with the previous speaker. I do not think he represents everybody. I'm a member of the Rocky Mountain Health Foundation, a life member, in fact, and a Habitat partner. I'm a Vietnam combat veteran, and I've had to use a weapon in war. I understand the issues. I know they're controversial. I support what you're doing, and I have 3 points or 3 requests for you to undertake if you haven't done so already. I haven't read the ordinance, so I don't know if it's addressed. One is signage of how we're going to communicate this to the people that pass through our community. I say this because I stopped at a rest stop in the state of Utah one time, and there were several people open carrying in a rest stop, which is a public facility. So I don't know how you communicate it, but I would encourage you to work on signage and communication. Second will be the enforcement when somebody comes into town and what the boundaries are of that enforcement, public versus private. So I would hope the ordinance has a clear definition of what those are, and we can communicate that to those people who are our citizens and who come to our community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sparks.
Next we have Amy Hartenstein.
Hi,
Good evening.
thank you. I'm Amy Hartenstein. I live at 207 Welch Drive. Thank you for the time to speak to you all. I'm here to state my support of ordinance 1126. Like all of you here, I love this town. We have many people coming into Lyons to enjoy parks and music, and I don't want people openly carrying firearms in our public parks, on our sidewalks, and places open to the public. I think this ordinance is in the best interest for our community and the guests of our community. Research shows that the presence of a visible gun makes people more aggressive. Allowing guns to be carried openly in public also makes it very difficult to distinguish between the good guys and the bad guys during an active shooter incident. And open carry is favored exercise by hate groups who regularly carry guns openly in a show of intimidation. I believe ordinance 1126 will help create a safer and welcoming Lyons for all our residents and visitors. So thank you for your time and your consideration of the ordinance.
Thank you.
I think the next one is Justin. Kelly?
King?
Justin King.
Hi, Justin King. I live on 5335 Eagle. I understand open carry and concealed carry is not really, it's definitely, you just let the bad guys just conceal it, basically. Most good guys will open carry. It's mostly hunters that come down. I'm an open carry, I'm not the bad guy, I'm an open carry, but so now you just let me conceal carry, which I'd rather do anyway. So now you got a bunch of people in your parks everywhere concealed. I may have a permit, but 20, 30 other people may not. So you never know now. So we have festivals, Weber and Johnson might have 100 people now carrying guns. You won't even know about it. So I don't think open carry just, I don't think it's that big a deal, but just thanks.
Thank you.
And the last one. Is it also Justin? Justice Malachek. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Thank you for letting me speak. Justice Adam at 1202 Sunrise Drive. Live right outside of Lyons. I just want to say that this does direct towards the law-abiding citizen. It puts us in a position to where we can be ticketed, fined, jailed, whatever it is. Most criminals that I would say, in my opinion, are going to conceal a gun until they have to use it. And I know people think it's a few more seconds of, I don't know, not being used, but it can happen in a split second. And I think our police department, which is a fine department, and I respect them greatly, but I feel like they have enough to do as is. That's just my opinion. I just don't know how you're gonna keep people from coming through town. Like you say, there's a lot of hunters. I don't have a concealed weapon permit. I don't carry mine openly very often, but I feel that it's my right as a American, and Constitution essentially gives us that right. And we keep putting these laws on, we're stacking these gun laws, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And the criminals aren't going to look at any of these laws. That's my opinion too, but they don't care how many laws you put in place. If they're gonna do something, they're gonna do something. And I do feel that if you had a gun out in the open and someone was about to do something, they will probably think that they have to either go for you first or do something about that, because that's another thing that could stop them. So I know people are scared of them, of guns, but that's just because they're not around them a lot. And all these things we hear, I just heard the other day, 10 people were murdered by a knife, two survived. It's just, it's hopeful thinking, it's wishful thinking that we're gonna solve gun violence with this. And I feel very strongly about it. I don't come to these meetings often, or ever, and that's why I'm here tonight. I just want to voice my concern, and I appreciate being able to. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was it on my list.
Okay,
We've got a few people.
Yeah, we've got a few people on the Zoom. So Tiffany Martindale, you can go ahead and turn on your camera and unmute and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Great. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Turn up a little
My name's Tiffany Martindale. I am at 417 Fifth Avenue in Lyons. And as residents, we all know that starry-eyed look when we tell someone where we're from. Oh, I love Lyons, they say. And as we roam around the streets and parks of his hometown, even my 8-year-old acknowledges, quote, I love living in a place where people come to visit because they know bad things don't happen here. We live near the entrance of one of our most amazing world-class amenities, Laverne Johnson Park, and we see the droves of people coming to enjoy their weekends with their friends and families because it is gorgeous and a safe setting for fun. I've also worked as a Main Street manager for the town, and I'm committed to helping sustain our businesses and the thriving pulse of our beloved community by showing visitors and residents alike what a special place you're lucky enough to call home. Our family's love of this place runs deep. I'm speaking tonight and have emailed you as well to express my strong encouragement to pass the 2 gun safety ordinances, 1126 for now. As we all know, the gun violence epidemic in this country is rampant, terrifying, and frankly embarrassing. Any common sense gun laws we can put in place that both honor the rights of gun owners and strive to build a safer community strike that balance for the public good. Substantial evidence exists to prove that carrying firearms in public does not make a potentially dangerous circumstance safer, but significantly increases the risk to public safety. Additionally, I believe it is of utmost importance to protect the public, particularly my very observant child, from the trauma and associated fear experienced by witnessing someone carrying in our parks, on our sidewalks, at public gatherings, and throughout our town. Yes, we have problem with bears here on occasion, but the mama bear in me is not about my child having to process fear at the thought of playing as freely and joyfully as he gets to in the safety of this community. I'll save my last bit for the next ordinance and just encourage you to please vote to pass this ordinance to keep Lyons a welcoming place in which to linger longer, safely, and help reduce the risk of bad things happening here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Taj. If you could unmute yourself, turn on your video, and give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Taj Shimmick. I live at 622 Overlook Drive here in Lyons. I'm going to keep this short and simple. I think that carrying a gun in Lyons public spaces is a tremendous responsibility. And until we have common sense public safety laws in our country, I will continue to support ordinances such as 1126. I hope that we can make a difference one small town at a time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I see Sarah Moyle with a hand up.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Sarah Moyle, 145 Killing Drive in Lyons. I want to thank the board, first of all, for your time and public service. I know that these issues are not easy and these meetings are long. So first, an acknowledgement to you all. Second, I just want to voice my support for Ordinance 1126 for 2 principal reasons. Firstly, I suppose it really comes down to the question of why do people open carry? So it's been interesting to hear some of the discussion today from individuals who are pro open carry. And one of the things I heard was that I'm afraid. I think there's 2 reasons people open carry. One is because they're afraid, and that's never good guns and fear should not go together. The second reason people open carry is because they want to intimidate someone else, whether it's the board, whether it's strangers, whether it's someone they don't know or somebody that they do know. That kind of intimidation is wrong. And it's exactly the kind of behavior that leads to further gun violence. So while I don't think that this kind of ordinance prevents gun violence directly, I think there's an ethos behind this kind of measure where we need to think critically about how we can reduce some of the intensity that is coming around guns, particularly when people are using them as a form of intimidation or because they themselves are feared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you ask the gentleman outside to,
I'm sorry.
could you ask the gentleman outside to talk a little more quietly? Thank you. Do we have anyone else on the Zoom who would like to speak? No? Okay, anybody else in the room who would like to speak? Come on up.
I'm Paul Feld, 465 Red Gulch Road, from out of town. Didn't have any intention of speaking, but I was just thinking of some things as everyone was talking here. And the thing I'm concerned about is maybe unintended consequences. I know we're all concerned about, firearms as in, propellant and bullets and things like that. But, children walking down the street with an air rifle going to their friend's house or archery equipment, things like that. Those are often also treated as firearms, if I'm correct. So I'd want to make sure that that might be an amendment that we think about and consider. And I believe transporting weapons in the back of a car, like a long rifle or something, to and from, if you're at the gas station, I don't know if that's considered open carry, but anything like that that we want to make sure was codified properly if this were to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand up back there. Come on.
My name's Kurt Pennington. I live at 523 2nd Avenue here in Lyons. Been here about 5 years. I am not against open carry. I hear a lot of concerns and I understand those concerns. There's a lot of fear. My experience is people that open carry are not your criminals. They don't want to draw his attention. They typically are law-abiding citizens. I can't say everyone is, but typically. I feel like I'm talking against stacked odds, but I've been around firearms all my life. I've seen people open carry. I've been around people that open carry. I see them in the park. I see them while hiking. I understand it's for their own protection. They're not there to harm people. People that concealed carry, same situation. The majority of them are law-abiding citizens, but your criminals will be concealed. They're not going to open carry. You're not going to change their mind. The law isn't going to make a difference. I understand there's a lot of fear in the town. And to me, it comes down to, you just have to learn. You have to teach your children. You have to teach individuals what a gun is, how it works, gun safety, the things that the state's putting in place with safes is a great idea. If it passes, I'm in agreement. We need signs. We need signs that tell people, visitors, guns are not allowed because they're going to be busy. I mean, people are going to come in this town and not realize it. And that puts them in a situation as our police officers. It's just something that I feel like everything like this just takes a little bit more and more away from the Second Amendment rights. And that's my concern. Open carry, then it'll be concealed carry, then it'll be just having a gun in your house. I think it's more about education and understanding who the criminals are, the bad people, because they're not going to open carry. And I think it does create a sense of they pick easy targets. They see people open carry, that's not an easy target to them. They'll go elsewhere. That's all I have to say. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, would anybody else care to comment? All right, last chance online there. Okay, seeing no one, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Are there any additional questions for staff?
Yeah, for Sergeant Chris, can you describe a little bit about how you would go about addressing somebody in the park that might be open carrying? Would you ask them to simply conceal it? Would you immediately try to, I don't know. I mean, how would you address it?
It's an open, it's a communication education piece. I'd approach that individual, say, hey, are you aware this is a non-open carry area? And it just goes from there. If, oh, I didn't know, sorry, I didn't see the sign, which would probably be 9 out of 10 times, we're gonna get that answer, of course. And signage is absolutely very critical. That's a big part of our enforcement ability is, do people know that this is not right or against the law? So it would start out that way, and it would be asked to put the gun away, stow it in the trunk, that type of thing, and fix the problem there. We never go, I don't say we never, but very rarely, our theory with the sheriff's office is, we're gonna try to educate people first. If it's an issue, but it's a non-issue and it's an education piece, we'll talk to them, educate them, fix the problem, solve the problem, and move on. If it escalates from there, we'll treat it appropriately. Thank you.
Other questions? I'd like, Attorney Dittman, could you clarify, that what the punishment is for open carry? If we were to pass this out
Yeah,
ordinance
and so it's written in the ordinance itself,
Mhm.
what the penalty is.
for the public, yep.
And for the public's purpose, I'm just scrolling down right now. It's a first offense is imposed a fine of up to $100 and or other penalty, including mandatory community service or firearms education that does not include imprisonment. So no imprisonment involved for the first offense. For each and any subsequent violation shall impose a fine of up to $999 and or other penalties such as mandatory community service or firearms education that again does not include imprisonment. So no imprisonment included in this violation.
Okay, so these violations would not be criminal violations,
They're municipal code violations.
municipal, okay, just to be super clear. Yeah. Yes, trustee
So
Dustin.
just to clarify, because it pertains to the municipal code, is this also enforced by the code compliance officer or is it only by law enforcement?
It would be enforced by law enforcement. I don't think we'd be asking our code enforcement officer to. It's in the general penalty provisions of the code also. So generally those are typically enforced by law enforcement.
Other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
So I've written an amendment that you helped me with, and I have a question on that. Should I wait until I make a motion?
You should probably have a motion on the floor first.
Okay.
And then maybe more sense logically to ask that question about the amendment.
Thank you.
I think it's more for some general questions. I think.
Yeah. Other questions? Is there a motion?
I move to approve ordinance 1126, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, repealing and replacing section 10-10-30 of the Lyons Municipal Code, prohibiting the open carrying of firearms in public places.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Should we do amendments first?
If there's any discussion this time or if we have straight to the minutes, we can do that as well.
Okay, let's go ahead with discussion first, then we'll move to potential amendments. Would anybody care to comment? Mayor Pro Tem.
The comment I have today is that this morning I realized that Uvalde's first day of school for the children was today. And so the timeliness of this really weighed heavy on me all day. And so I'm grateful that democracy is what it is, and I'm able to be a part of making a stand and making a change within my own community. And so I've kept that in mind all day, and that's going to be a part of why I make the decision that I make this evening.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Trustee Jati?
I feel a huge responsibility sitting in this spot. I do not take it lightly. And I truly believe in the safety of our community. And I feel like it is our duty to keep our community safe. Whether it's having a contract with the sheriff's office, whether it's passing smart gun laws like this, where we can have some influence in keeping our community safe and empowering law enforcement officers to make sure people understand that we don't want open carry on our streets or in our parks or near our schools. We've heard from so many people here today, residents of Lyons, who feel that way. And I have emails, probably 10 emails at least, probably representing 10% of registered voters, or I'm not sure how many registered voters we have, but I feel there's an overwhelming support for this ordinance, which I guess reinsures me as a resident here in Lyons. So thank you everybody for all of your public comments. Very, very reassuring, and we do not take this lightly. I do not take this lightly. It feels like a very important duty and responsibility of ours as Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
Couple of questions just procedurally. We had a couple of commissions make recommendations. Are we going to go over those at some point in the future?
I'm about to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll stop here and let you go and then come back.
So we have a student advisory commission here in the town of Lyons, and Trustee Edding is the board liaison to the student advisory commission, and asked them to think about this issue. And one of the reasons is this is their future. These are the kids who are growing up with so much violence around them. And so I won't read their entire submission to us, but they were in support of us passing both of the ordinances. And I think it's really telling that they took the time and made the effort to complete a really comprehensive and well-written referral to us. So I think we should take that very seriously. Would you add anything, Trustee Edding?
No, I think that pretty much captures it. I just would like to state that they did have a special meeting to address this issue. They did think about it quite carefully. And one of the things that I loved about it is they understood culturally where they were standing and where other kids in this community stood. And one of the things that they wanted to do is go back into the school and into the community and talk to kids with a different opinion. That was really important to them. And it's just phenomenal to see the high school kids be the adults in the room. It's just like one of those, all right, well, that made my day, if not my week. So they did spend a lot of time on it. They're scared too. I think that's something that we have to understand. They're scared not only about what can happen in the high school, but they're scared about the town's culture. And they made a very clear recommendation that open carry is something that's very, very hard for them. I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you. Trustee Gentleman, would you like to add anything?
I guess I would say that the gun owners, they make a very valid point where the people who are going to commit the crimes are not the ones that are going to be carrying them out in public for people to see. But there is so much gun violence that I do feel that something needs to be done.
Thank you. Trustee Elston, do you have anything to add?
Sure. So I feel the same as Trustee Delman. I feel the same. The bad guys are going to be the bad guys, no matter what. They're going to get guns. They're going to do whatever they want. That's the nature of this. I feel like this is a step, though, that potentially could improve something. That's not going to fix everything. I don't think it's intended to. It's just supposed to be a deterrent. That's all we're looking for. And I think it's a good idea.
Trustee Williams?
This is a reasonable and enforceable law for the town of Lyons.
Thank you. And I'll add that I'm in support of passing this, but I believe this is a necessary tool for our law enforcement to help keep us safe. And so I would ask now if there are any amendments to this ordinance.
Oops, no. Okay, so I consulted with Attorney Dittman and I would like, I've given each of you a copy of my amendment. But there's a clarification I need to have that's one word. And I'm going to read it out as I'm proposing the amendment, and then I'll stop and ask the question on the single word. Because within the whereases, we do talk about public places, but in the code, we really don't define or discuss what a public place is. And so under letter A, I propose that we change the language to, except as provided in subsection B of this section, it shall be unlawful for any person to openly wear, carry, or transport any firearm on or about their person in a public place. For the purpose of this section, a public place shall include any property owned or controlled by the town or another political substation of the state, including but. Should the word not be right there after the word but?
Can you get complete the phrase?
Okay.
Thank you.
State,
All right,
oh, you don't have, I'm so sorry. I thought I sent it to you via email. Okay. Let's see, I'll back up a little bit. The substation of the state, including but limited to public streets and sidewalks, public buildings, public transportation, parks, and open space. And I'm wondering if the word not should be included.
Should, yeah. But
Okay.
not. Yeah,
But
so the
not.
list is not the only, the other public places that are not included.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm I'm going to add the word not.
So would you like me to repeat for the application of the public, what the whole
Please.
amendment is? So
Yep.
it would be amending section A of the proposed ordinance to read, except as provided in subsection B of this section, it shall be unlawful for any person to openly wear, carry, or transport any firearm on or about their person in a public place. For the purpose of this section, a public place shall include any property owned or controlled by the town or another political subdivision of the state of Colorado, including but not limited to public streets and sidewalks, public buildings, public transportation, parks, and open space.
Thank you. So that's the amendment. Is there a second? Trustee Williams?
Just a clarification, substation or
Subdivision.
Subdivision.
subdivision is where that should be stated.
I take that recommendation.
And could we repeat it one more time correctly?
Yeah, I'll do it again correctly. And I'm just gonna read the part that's changing. And so that includes deleting I think so I'll just read the whole thing. This is supposed to be read. Except as provided in subsection B of this section, it shall be unlawful for any person to openly wear, carry, or transport any firearm on or about their person in a public place. For the purpose of this section, a public place shall include any property owned or controlled by the town or another political subdivision of the state, including but not limited to public streets and sidewalks, public buildings, public transportation, parks, and open space.
Thank you.
I move that we accept the amendment as read.
Okay, so that would be a second.
Did you second?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there any discussion?
Can I ask a question about the word firearm in that sentence? Because it was brought up and what is the definition of firearm?
Trustee Dittman, would you please? We had this discussion earlier, so.
Yeah, so thank you. It's a great question. And so it's something you need to understand about the rule of statutory interpretation, which is how a court interprets a document such as our town code. is that they first look at the ordinary meaning of the word. And so what a reasonable person would understand as a firearm, that's what the court would interpret as a firearm. That term is not defined. You can certainly define that term if you so wish. Something I'm fearful of is getting down a rabbit hole potentially of what is and what isn't, and we're not the experts. If you are so inclined, just be require a separate amendment to define a firearm, I would do so as is done in the federal code of regulations. But even that definition has limitations. And so that basically, if you left it with interpretation of law enforcement, it'll be reasonable so long as it was a reasonable person to understand it as a firearm. So I don't think a reasonable person would interpret a Nerf gun as a firearm or an archery set as a firearm. I think we all, as reasonable people, can understand a firearm to be, a gun, something with a propellant intended to fire a bullet.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second for this amendment. Is there any further discussion? All right, so we will vote on the amendment.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Are there any additional amendments? Okay, I have one. So in section 3, item B3, where it says in their own dwelling, place of business, or on property owned or under their control. I propose amending that to say in their own dwelling, place of business, or on property owned or under their control, or on the property of another person with permission from the property owner. And then I would like to add a number 7 that says the carrying of a concealed firearm by a person with a valid permit to carry issued or recognized pursuant to Title 18, Article 12, Part 2 of the Colorado Revised Statutes, or the otherwise lawful use of a firearm by a person with a valid permit to carry. And these are added for clarification purposes. So I'm looking for a second. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on these? Yes.
Guys, just clarify for the public, because they may not be reading the ordinance in front of them, that these are exceptions.
Thank you.
Yeah,
These are
they're
exceptions.
to the enforcement of this provision.
Just to add some more detail and clarification. Any discussion? Okay. We'll vote on that amendment.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we vote on ordinance 1126? Yes.
Yeah, I would just like to kind of underline something Trustee Dillman said. I think we all understand the bad guys are not going to open carry. We know that, and we know that going in. But I would like to point out a phrase or a word that was used. It's about the culture. It's about the ethos. I'm a gun owner. I've even bought a gun this year. But coming from my dad, when I first started hunting, 2 things comes with guns: respect and humility. And if there's anything that we'd like to get across tonight, is this is the culture of humility, and that is American greatness. Power with humility. Sergeant Chris told us tonight, a law enforcement officer wouldn't open carry, at night. They wouldn't do that. That's power with humility. We have the strongest defense in the world, but we don't have Mayday parades where we have missiles going down Washington, D.C. That's power with humility. So for the people that this is painful for tonight, I can understand it, but please understand the importance of humility and weapons and humility. And that's the culture we want in our town. That's the final comment I'd like to make.
Thank you very much, Trustee Allen.
Very well said.
All right, I will call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the second reading of ordinance 1127. After we finish the second reading of ordinance 1127 and vote, we're going to take a short break because I think we'll probably all need it by then. So ordinance 1127, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending sections 16-3-210 of the Lyons Municipal Code to list firearms sales, firearms manufacturing, ammunition sales, and ammunition manufacturing as prohibited uses in the commercial downtown zoning district. Attorney Dittman?
Thank you so much, Mayor Rogan. I think this one is fairly self-explanatory. We, as a town of Lyons, as every other town and city in the state of Colorado, have the power to zone our land use about what sorts of uses make sense in particular areas of the town. And I think as part of our discussions on gun regulation in the town of Lyons, we decided that ammunition sales, ammunition manufacturing, firearm sales, and firearms manufacturing do not fit the character of our commercial downtown area, and not part of the sort of welcoming environment we want to have that place in town. And so what this does is it specifically prohibits those uses only within the commercial downtown district. It doesn't mean that they're prohibited elsewhere. They're not currently permitted elsewhere, but it doesn't mean they can't be in the future. This would only prohibit these uses in that particular part of town. What this does not do, it does not affect any current businesses. There are no federal firearms dealers in the town of Lyons, either as a private business or within their homes, which are allowed to do. So this really has no effect on any sort of current person in the town of Lyons or current business in the town of Lyons. It does not restrict the ability of a person to purchase ammunition or purchase a firearm. Only says that these particular uses from a zoning standpoint are not allowed in this part of town, and that's really it. Again, I'm going to go back to the kind of the legal justification for this. That's what is concerned with these. And I included within the public packet, which you all have access to, and so is the public, a history of zoning in the United States. And it's really interesting if you actually read that. The very first zoning laws in both the United Kingdom, which much of our laws derive from, and in the United States, was around where you could store and manufacture ammunition. And so there's really no better example of historical precedent, which is now the test we're required to apply in the Supreme Court's Buren decision of basically zoning where is appropriate and where is not appropriate to have firearm sales and manufacturing, ammunition sales and manufacturing. There's literally almost no better precedent than this one. And so that would be my legal justification for this. That's the board's desire to pass this ordinance. And so I'm happy to answer any questions on it. I think this is fairly self-explanatory. I am going to go ahead and head off one potential question right after that I think may be coming. And this kind of goes back to the definition of a firearm. And I just have the exact same kind of response as before, is that if the term is not defined, it really comes down to what a reasonable person would interpret as that thing. And so I think, if you can feel fairly confident that, we can interpret a firearm to include what's commonly known as a gun, and not things like Nerf guns or rubber band guns at a shop downtown, right? So that gets to head that kind of off right there. If you wanted to, again, I think it can be potentially a rabbit hole if we want to create our own definition. But if we want to create a definition section in here, I would definitely recommend referring to the federal definition, which has limitations, and we can get into that, what those limitations are. But I just want to kind of head off that before it potentially comes up. And so any questions on this ordinance?
Just for the public's edification, how big is the commercial downtown zoning district?
Pretty small. I'm not the best expert on this, but was it less than a square mile probably? Yeah.
Yeah.
Main
So
Street.
it's essentially Main Street.
And so you'd be prohibited from selling or manufacturing ammunition or firearms in that one area on Main Street. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't be possible in the light industrial areas of town. If you get the proper zoning qualification to do that, it would require changing the code probably. But it's only specifically prohibiting it in that area of town.
And there are other uses that are prohibited in the commercial downtown district.
There are, for example, sexually oriented businesses are prohibited. For example, like video stores and live entertainment of that kind is prohibited in the downtown area.
Okay, other questions for Attorney Denman?
I would just like to say that article that you gave in our packet about the history of zoning was fascinating. It's one of the best things I read today. If anybody out there wants to know the history of zoning in the United States, it was probably the most educational read had in an absolute long time. And I do understand a lot of it is based on safety. It was based on fire. That you had to have stone buildings because of fire and other things. So it just completely makes sense. That really helped a lot. So I appreciate it.
Questions for Attorney Denman? No. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I don't think that we have a separate list for this hearing, so if you'd like to speak, just come on up and then we'll go to the Zoom after folks in the room speak.
Is there anyone on this list that would like to speak or anyone else?
I just have one question. Does the zoning extend to clerks?
Please come up and say your name. You can't, yeah, you can't.
And we don't answer questions from audience business, but I'll let no is the answer. How's that? Okay. I see Tiffany Martindale has her hand up on the Zoom.
Hi again. Thank you. The only thing I wanted to add specific to this was more with my past experience as the Main Street. Oh, do I need to state my name and address again?
If you would, please.
Okay, sorry. Tiffany Martindale, 417 Fifth Avenue in Lyons. So just with my former experience as the Main Street manager, again, I remain committed to helping sustain our businesses and the thriving pulse of our community. And I just wanted to add specific to this ordinance that prohibiting the manufacture and sales of firearms and ammunition in our commercial district is a powerful way to honor and support the courageous and dedicated local business owners who are investing so much of their lives and values to create a commercial environment that aligns with everything that we've loved about living here and sends a message of welcome, outdoor adventure, and safe family fun to those coming into our community. And again, would like to urge you to pass this ordinance 1127 as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I see Sarah Moyle with the hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, I also support ordinance 1127, although my comment there is more around the economic consideration, which as a town, of course, we always want to consider all of the angles of such potential limitations on. I don't think, at least from my perspective, that there would be any economic limitations. However, in terms of the enforceability of this particular ordinance, I would ask the board to carefully consider what that commercial zoning is, and also any exceptions that have been made through keyhole zoning or otherwise to that Main Street area that could inhibit the full enforcement of this particular ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Would anybody else like to speak on this ordinance? Mr. Sparks?
Bill Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. Thank you again for your time. I just took a moment to scan through the ordinance. My suggestion would be to consider whether you want to limit this to commercial firearm and commercial ammunition sales versus a private party going to one of our establishments and selling something to a friend. And so I don't know if that's a consideration that's been talked about, but I would have you take that under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sparks. Last call. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any additional questions for staff at this time? I would entertain a motion. Trustee Dottie.
I motion to approve ordinance 1127, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 16-3-210 of the Lyons Municipal Code to list firearm sales, firearms manufacturing, ammunition sales, and ammunition manufacturing as prohibited uses in the commercial downtown CD zoning district.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you, trustee Williams. We have a motion and a second. Are there any amendments? Mayor Pro Tem?
This is strictly very small. On the last whereas, it says firearm sales, firearm manufacturing, and ammunition sales, but it does not say ammunition manufacturing. So I just would
Yeah.
like to add that. That's all.
Does that need to be a formal amendment?
Let's go ahead and do it as a formal amendment.
Okay.
So I second that. Is there any discussion? Okay. Call for the vote on the amendment.
And that passes unanimously.
Good catch. Okay, any discussion? No, no.
Yeah. see.
Okay. All right. No, well, I'd like to say that I think this too is a tool to keep our community safer and more welcoming. And I fully support it. I also want to say it is fully supported by our planning commission as well. They took a good long look at this. So with that, I will call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take between a 5 and 10 minute break to stretch our legs and get some air, maybe. Air conditioning. Thank you very much. Hearing of ordinance 1129, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, authorizing the buy and sale of property located at 2157 Apple Valley Road.
So, basically the title of the ordinance goes through most of it there. So we've had the first reading of the ordinance and it was passed on first reading. The Board of Trustees has declared the property as surplus at the March 7th meeting. 3 bids were received on the property. The Board of Trustees chose to work with Sparks on this buy and sale agreement. On August 15th, the Board of Trustees considered the issue, but did not take action as the contract is not publicly posted. On August 18th, the Board of Trustees approved ordinance 1129.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff?
I just want to add one thing. I think we all know this, it's for the edification of the public is still present with us, is that this is required by Colorado state statute, somewhat uniquely in the United States, where local governments are not permitted to sell real property. One, unless it's been declared a surplus, and then 2, it has to be done in the ordinance. And so that's kind of the reason why we're going through this process. This may come up again for the board. Whenever we sell real property, it has to be on the ordinance. So there's kind of a long, drawn out property with what should be usually a simple matter, but it's to give the public the opportunity to potentially speak out against the sale of public property, make sure it's not done on a whim. So that's just the reason why this is going through this process.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? I'm going to open the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak to this matter? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. I would entertain a motion. Trustee Williams?
I move to approve ordinance 1129 on second reading and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an agreement to buy and sell property located at 2157 Apple Valley.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote.
Yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Sparks. You are now the proud owner of an empty water.
30 days.
30 days. In 30 days.
Well, then they're closing in October.
Okay. Good, thank you. You're welcome. Okay. So before we go into our next item, which is ordinance 1130, I want to do, it's about 5 to 9, so I want to do a check-in here and see whether there's anything anyone would like to maybe move to a next meeting if possible, or I have a suggestion to maybe shorten up the meeting a little bit, but I want to see if anybody else does.
So suggest.
My suggestion is that since staff reports are in the packet, we can just dispense with that unless anybody has any questions for Tracy. Okay, Tracy, we have something for you. Wait, so for those of you still listening, tonight was Tracy's last report as a flood recovery manager. She is thankfully staying with the town of Lyons, and we are so grateful. But she got the town through 9 years of flood recovery and worked so hard under some pretty seriously tough conditions. So this is for you from the Board of Trustees. And we so appreciate you and all the work you've done and hope you really enjoy that.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I do have to say it was a team of people that really got us here. We've had some really amazing people working for the town to help us through the last 9 years. So it wasn't a single effort for sure, that much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. And again, we're so glad you're staying.
Okay.
Okay. So Trustee Williams may take off and take the rest of the meeting from home at some point. It is possible. It is possible, so just so everybody's aware. And we will move on to the first reading of ordinance 1130, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 16-3-260 of the Lyons Municipal Code to list arts and cultural facilities and services and nonprofit organization facilities and services as conditional uses within the municipal facilities and services zoning district.
So again, there were some of the titles that are being written really do pretty good defining what we're talking about here. Some of the background information, there is the request by organizations to be able to use some of the facilities that are municipally zoned, but currently the code would not allow that to be used in the municipal zoning district. So this ordinance would be a text amendment that would conditionally allow, that is a slight change from what was discussed before, but the PCDC during their discussion, we feel that it should be a conditional use just to coincide with what was also being done for some of the other zoning considerations, and just to be extra careful with anything that was going to be done with the municipally zoned area to make sure it did always have the opportunity for the trustees to review that. That's why they thought it should be put as a conditional use, not a use by right. But it would allow the arts and cultural facilities and nonprofit organization facilities to use the municipal zoning district.
Thank you. Are there any questions about this? Trustee Dutton?
I'm just realizing that I'm going to have to recuse myself because of my relationship with the Lions Community Foundation, which benefits from storage at the visitor center. I'm noticing that the chair of the PCDC recused himself because of his relationship with me. I'm thinking I should probably recuse myself in that same thing.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for staff? No. Okay, I would entertain a motion.
It's about 30. Ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, section 16-3-260 applies to this code, which starts and cultural services, nonprofit organization facilities and services, as conditional uses of municipal facilities and services.
Thank you. It's a mouthful. Is there a second?
A second. And just to be clear, that's a motion to approve on first reading.
Trustee Edding with the second. Discussion. Trustee Ellison?
No.
I do have a proposed amendment. And that is on page 83 of the packet where it lists the conditional uses to change the word church to the phrase place of worship. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And that's just to be more modern and inclusive. Is there any discussion on that amendment? We'll call for a vote on the amendment. Thank you. Let's vote on the whole thing. Yeah. Are there any further amendments or discussion? Okay, call for the vote. First reading.
And that passes.
Yeah, you can go get it. Thank you. All right, Clerk Vasquez, would you please read the consent agenda after you take a drink of water into the record?
Okay. Consent agenda item 1 is resolution 2022-71. Resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending the personnel handbook and ratifying the Juneteenth holiday. Item 2 is resolution 2022-85. Resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying an access agreement with Circle K for a groundwater monitoring well located at 0 Railroad Avenue. Item B is resolution 2022-86, the resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the third amendment to the construction agreement with Network Infrastructure Construction Company doing business in Expo with the Grove Road, Black Bear Bowl, and Second Avenue Trailhead project. Item 4 is September estimates payable. Item 5 are the August 15, 2022 Board of Trustees minutes. And item 6 are the August 15, 2022 Special Board of Trustees meeting.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Trustee Dati,
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, trustee Eddie. Is there any item any trustee wishes to pull from consent? No? Great. Then I will call for the vote.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, it is my pleasure to appoint Tiffany Martindale and Eric Leonard to the Economic Vitality Commission. And to publicly thank Laura Levy for valiantly serving, and I don't know how she does everything she does.
She's leaving.
Yeah, she was. And so now we have a UEB update. Are you ready?
Yes.
Great, thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Can you turn the microphone on? Thank you.
So what I did was I kind of put in there what we put in the annual report, the first few pages. My team read that. I'm not going to go over it. What I wanted to do was call your attention to the sixth page, where we have the opportunity to transition to a higher percentage of green energy. A number of other towns in Colorado have done that already. Through our energy postal and those are Aspen, Colorado Springs, and Denison. And I'm hoping that the William County Stores will go with some. And coming back to probably in January. We don't need to cost of that. I don't think it'll be too expensive. We raised our rates significantly. We have a large increase, back in 2013, 2014, or 15 times. And a lot of that has to do with getting new meters. All ones that are outdated. We couldn't buy replacement for the other stuff, getting used. And so we moved to smart meters. And we budgeted rate increase in the back of the 2015 to cover the cost of those at the time, but since we put on our smart meters last year, we no longer have that expense, but we're not kind of safe with that. So even though our rates have kind of stepped up, the cost of stuff that I was thinking about is a rate. You're looking at that one gap, you see, what cost to do, and what to do for that. The other thing, I think it's time to go forward with rate studies. And we have opportunity to do rather cost-effective rate studies through our wholesale, through the municipal energy officials and that actually they're actually through another organization that means member. If you work with nonprofits, so the rates are a lot lower than if you want to try to get those rates studies done also. Especially like if you have the study, they actually subsidize at 50%. Since we're that'll be coming up through the budget.
process. But you have a chance to look at, what I wrote before, if you have any direction or, questions.
I do. I'm actually curious, when you're talking about doing a rate study, but through a nonprofit organization of mean, is it objective? I mean, if the company you're buying electricity from is doing your rate study,
Well, they know what we have to pay. It's not a rate study that we're gonna buy electricity from them. It's a rate study for what our customers are gonna pay us. So they're the ones that are very familiar with what our wholesale costs are.
Okay.
Maybe providing an additional information on other costs. Like employee costs, and capital improvement costs. And we know for the bill, and I don't see that there's any reason to bias this study one way or another.
okay,
Just because of,
I didn't understand that. Thank you.
As things go in this town, you're at a party, someone finds out you're a trustee. And wow, the party's all over for you, but I got an earful about our net meter policy. And I don't really understand it, so I didn't know how to respond. But I guess my question is it competitive with what other communities are doing? Are we how would you rate it? Is it something we need to look at? Is there something that's to be done?
well, first off, you have to understand that I'm the one who pushed through.
I did not know that.
So the reason I think that is it's a major subsidy. The one that needed for a non-solar customers. So if you don't own the solar, you're paying everyone else, or you're paying those solar customers for that. So say for instance, that even put in a way to initially incentivize solar to get it off the ground. The Lions got off the ground. And now, say for instance, the amount of subsidy that we're paying the current people, I'm one that have solar. I was grandfathered in. But the amount of revenue that we lose, the amount of subsidy we provide, current solar providers that provide maybe almost 5% of our power. If we use that same money to subsidize the green rate, then opposed to the line go 100%. You would be at 100%.
And maybe it's probably worth clarifying that the town did not do away with net metering and change the rate structure from the retail, paying back the retail rate versus wholesale rate,
Right.
Well, and I guess maybe on your point was what are other communities doing? I think a lot of communities are looking at different ways to address what's viewed by some as an interclass subsidy. However, we're in some unique position as a smaller community that we don't have the same restrictions that larger ones do. The Colorado State statutes specifically set out a rate structure for the larger communities, and we're exempted from that as a smaller community. So we were definitely a first mover, I guess, in the town we went to, but everyone's looking at this issue to some degree, to the extent to which they can, depending on the population size.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of interesting aspects about it, specifically people in apartments and condos will never, you can't pass all the costs down. So there's a social justice issue here too. But maybe if we can have more education or more public awareness of why it was said, just so I can get to the party.
I have a whole briefing that I provided the last board where it got passed.
Yeah.
And that would take
quite a bit of time. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm concerned with. And, what I want to do is, we were not trying to subsidize solar, we're trying to get renewable energy. Yeah. And if the goal is just to get solar, rooftop solar, we're subsidizing basically the well. And all of your renters in town are paying for electricity on their own house. None of those property owners are incentivized to get solar. Yeah. So all the renters are going to subsidize non-renters. And then same thing with your affordable housing, all those, most of this, all rentals. And they're not going to get solar. And you have to look at it this way. Over half the energy that people use is not in so much. And so if everyone had 100% solar, the town would still need over 50% of its energy coming from external sources. We'd be producing so much solar energy that we have to give it away or have someone to turn off their solar cells. It's not sustainable in the long term. Other towns approach it different ways than provide full solar. What we do is we provide the renewable rate that we pay the need for renewable energy. Solar. So it makes it fair, same price. You don't want to pay 20 times as much for someone with solar energy in town as compete for green energy for you. Because then someone else has to subsidize the other non-solar users. The other thing that we're trying to do is by doing that is we incentivize other forms of energy that we have to move forward. One is battery storage. The way we've done it, really incentivize someone to not only get solar in the house, but also have it. And we do that, they get to lower the whole footprint and no longer having our also provider having to buy additional power plants to provide them in the late evenings or early evenings. And this solar not using them, but when you're using them, because all our peaks are not in the middle of the day. All our peaks are, I think, so from 5 to 8 generally.
People at home.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at some of the research I've done in the past, I think there's only 4 months out of the year that we're actually producing solar during the evening, but it's a new amount of solar. And that's one of the things we're doing right now is providing them. We're going, I don't want to go there. There's billing issues around with solar and so forth. It's come down to, basically what I'm trying to do, so solar is a good thing. Everyone at the party are going to talk about solar and how terrible lines is. But come back to that is we're not trying to put everything in solar. What we're trying to do is stop climate change. We're trying to get green energy. And that's much more cost effective until we scale away. And that's some private. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Jim?
So how are you feeling about the comprehensive plan? Are you feeling that, and maybe this is a different time, we can talk about this as a follow-up offline, but I just really want to make sure that you're feeling that UEB is being represented.
I haven't read the update yet.
Okay.
And that's on my agenda.
Good.
But you, as a whole, will do is provide that. Initial feedback from
Oh, okay. Then we need to keep talking. Okay. Okay.
I'm kind of. Because. So I'm. Plans kind of sit on the shelf after they're done, so I'll make stuff happen. But it would be good to get it in there.
You should get it right.
No, why we want to get right. So September 15th. Feedback would be great.
Well, I do have to say, sitting as, you know, as the liaison, you guys do stuff that most of the towns not understand. Your average person's not gonna understand what you guys are doing. And so I mean, it should be in the comprehensive plan, but it's so low down, and because you're gonna lose everybody. But I agree with you, the first capital will be able to watch your plan. So, you know what it's doing, so.
You'll be next in line. Jim was on the board and now he's the chair.
Yeah.
I got him to take my position.
It's the pipeline.
You got a few more years. Don't worry.
Pipeline.
Our slog trying to get the investment tax credit. Awesome, the best the IRA. Place investment act. We opened up, payback to utilities and such as that. So we're really, that's really what we found.
I think we talked about this already, the big change that happened under the Inflation Reduction Act. I think we could put for us, make sure I see some loss. Basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so recently the Inflation Reduction Act passed.
Yes.
Right? Included within the myriad of provisions in the act is what is back up a second. There are two forms of tax credits that renewables rely upon to be subsidized to be in utility scale, also consumer scale, mostly utility scale. That's production tax credit and investment. There's been political football for a long time. They expire, they get renewed, so on and so forth. For our purposes, what matters is under the old regime that was back what was done, you could not benefit them directly. You don't have a tax, you don't pay taxes. And so we as a municipality cannot benefit from the subsidy. That has been changed around getting direct payments, despite not having a tax burden. That really kind of changes the game. For municipalities and for other entities that don't have tax burdens, be able to finance these type of projects. Benefit. So
That's a big change.
huge change, huge change. Still a lot of questions on how it's going to work. That we're going to all find out, over the next few months. When I think Treasury will be working on the rules for this one. So we don't know how exactly that's going to work, but it substantially changes the game for us to finance projects.
Great.
And you will get an update. We'll have to do an amendment to our grant with DOLA. We want to change. If it helps, the big change was we put together an RFP that was really based on a financing mechanism. How are we going to get a company that can own this and take advantage of the tax credit? Because we couldn't. Now they said, you guys can get the tax credit yourself, but now we have to eliminate the whole financing crazy maneuvering we did in the RFP and go back to a straight design build for us.
How aggressive should we be jumping in this?
What do you mean by aggressive?
That might be a topic for a different conversation we can have.
I can put them in my next report. Brandon and I are all working on talking about it.
All right, yeah. All right, so sounds good.
We're already thinking.
Yeah. We're trying to be aggressive. Okay, I think we support that.
Next week.
Yeah. You guys have luck. I'm out.
Let them do a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm good. Any other questions for Mr. Carrick? Thank you very much for sticking around and all your hard work.
Really, really appreciate it. Okay. All right, so let's move on to our general business item, which is resolution 2022-87. A resolution of the town of Lyons accepting 2 Lake McIntosh Reservoir Company water shares for the water dedication from Spirit Hound Distillers and rescinding the requirement to provide cash in lieu instead of shares. Mr. Sullivan, are you with us there? You may have stepped away.
Maybe it's not there, but that's too, like, arrows.
Yeah, you might not be able to. Neil, are you still with us? Do we, is he required to be in attendance for us to take up this?
No.
Okay, then let's just move ahead with the staff report.
So as most of you are probably aware, the Spirit Hound Distillers had put forth, back in June of 2021, Spirit Hound Distillers needed to use more water than their 3/4 inch tap would allow. So they needed to go up to a 1 inch tap, at least on paper, on the volume of water that they were using. You can use 270,000 gallons of water with a 3/4 inch tap. They were using more than that, so they needed to go up to a 1 inch. Not physically, but based on using that much water, you had to have the 1 inch. So that requires an entity to put forward more water rights and to pay the additional tap fees that would be associated with that increase in tap size. So Spirit Hounds came forward to be able to submit the 1.4 shares of Lake McIntosh water rather than the 1 share of Colorado Big Thompson water. We talked about, because of their economic development, they can use this Lake McIntosh share, which is a cheaper form of water rights than the Colorado Big Thompson water rights. That was approved in June of 2021. In March of 2022, the shares had not been dedicated to the town yet. And so the board at that time put forward a resolution saying they needed the shares to be dedicated, or they could rescind the authorization for the Lake McIntosh shares and require Colorado Big Thompson. Spirit Hound Distillers went out looking for those shares. There was some misunderstanding in the meantime of what that meant for them. But after extensive work and also some work on the town looking for shares, it was found that it was difficult to find those shares. At that particular time, there were none available. It reached out to a few people. So they came to the board requesting to submit $26,000 of cash in lieu of submitting their water rights. That was approved by all of you, I think, on your first meeting, that they could go ahead and submit the cash in lieu of the water rights. In the meantime, they then were able, because they had been out looking for those water shares, able to come across someone who did then have the water shares that they now have to submit instead of the cash. And so they are requesting that they could submit the 2 shares, because you can't submit a portion of a share, the 2 shares of Lake McIntosh Reservoir for their water rights need.
Thank you. Okay, so are there any questions for Aaron about this situation? No. And I see Mr. Sullivan has joined us. Good evening. Okay. Well, if there are no questions, I would entertain a motion. Trustee Dati?
I move to approve resolution 2022-87, a resolution of the town of Lyons accepting 2 Lake McIntosh Reservoir Company water shares for the water dedication from Spirit Hound Distillers and rescinding the requirement to provide cash in lieu of shares.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, well, seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you all very much, and rest assured, we not only had a great opportunity because of the last meeting, it got public that we were looking and we were able to obtain the shares because of coming before you. So thank you so much for entertaining that, for being open to the cash in lieu alternative, being business friendly and continuing to allow us to pursue compliance. And rest assured, we actually bought enough water shares for our long-term future in Lyons that we plan to stay in Lyons. And as we grow our water demand, we now will have the water shares that we will need to come back to you to expand even further. So thank you so much, all of you.
Oh, thank you. That's great to hear.
Very good.
Okay,
Awesome.
yeah, that's great. Really great feedback. All right, so let's move on to trustee reports. I can't remember which side I started on last time. So trustee Williams.
Historic Preservation Committee has not met this summer. They will be meeting next Thursday, the 14th, and that would be all I have on which to report.
Trustee Elson.
So the SFC is meeting Thursday. It's nothing changed since then, since the previous meetings. The EAB, we met last Thursday. I believe it was Thursday, but either way. So we met last Thursday. I feel like I missed a couple things because they weren't aware of the goats. So they said they would have liked to be involved in the goats. I feel like I should have informed them that we're going to be using the goats just for awareness. They're concerned with the trees across the street that are dying because they don't feel they're getting watered. I think Steve was going to reach out to Dave Cosgrove about that. And same thing, they're going to put in for the budget for staff. This was taken away previously.
The EAB?
Yeah, no,
The SFC?
SFC, sorry,
Yeah.
SFC.
Okay. Okay, you might want to let them know that Victoria makes the staffing decisions. So
Okay.
that, you know, it wouldn't fall under a budget for a commission, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
That does.
I just don't want them to be disappointed.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, so my apologies, but I do have a few things, so please bear with me. I would like to add, I would like for us to ask that the PCDC review short-term rentals in the agricultural zone. And if they could maybe come back to us with some recommendations about that. I would also like to talk about the fire protection issue, and I will send this to Cassie. I didn't want to confuse things earlier, but I would like to know what our 2022 budget has been, what's been spent on fire protection mitigation and how much remains for the rest of the year. I'd like to know what the status is of the Martin parcel. So if there's this, I think at one point there's an RFP for mitigating the Martin parcel and what was the scope of that. So I'd love an update on that. I'd like us to re-engage with the Left-Hand Fire Protection District to establish what are their priorities. They've received the mill levy, plus they got a share of millions of dollars with the hygiene fire department. So I'm kind of wondering, what are their new priorities? Then we can talk about what our priorities are, what grant opportunities may be presented. There's one that just came up recently. And how are we going to coordinate our efforts again? So I think we had some good conversations that in the spring, and then they kind of have fizzled a little bit. So I'd also like to know is how can the town support residents as we are thinking about budgets to make opportunities for property owners to reduce fire risk, and the fall tree limb program. I want to hear from staff about dates, the who, what, when, where, whys, and hows, if we could. Okay, so then the third one, regarding the manufacturing, the sales of firearms, since we passed that, and I kind of had spoken to this last time, asking the PCDC perhaps going to the community open house for the comprehensive plan. And you also had talked about kind of getting community engagement, and perhaps we can ask during the October open house about zoning in terms of, do we want to try to consider the possibility of any additional zones for the sale and manufacturing? The 1,000-foot rule, safe spaces, or something along those lines. But I was curious, maybe that's a way to get community support or not support for exploring that further. And comprehensive plan, quick summary, September 15th is the deadline for the commissions to provide feedback on the draft of chapters 1 through 4. I will say, I do believe that this draft is lame, for lack of a better word. And so if you're going to hear that feedback, I'm really disappointed, because we feel like what we've been given as a draft is stuff that we've been talking about since last year, not including a tremendous amount of feedback that we have already gotten. So if your commissions are complaining, please kind of say, yeah, we're also unhappy with this draft. With that, we're having, it's really challenging coming up with what a future land map should look like. There's probably going to be 20 different versions, depending how you could go about it. So it's really getting challenging right now. And I think that it's okay to tell that to your commissions if they start complaining and saying, we've been telling them to do this, 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 and this, and they haven't heard it yet. Well, we feel like that we're having an issue with Clarion, not necessarily giving us the best draft to work with. So that leads to what is going to look like for our October 10th open the public meeting. I hope we are going to be able to have something that is better and more comprehensive, but we are working on that. And from a budget standpoint, I'm just raising the question that we might need to extend what is our wish list of getting this adopted by January. It might take even longer. I'm starting to have some real doubts in the quality of service that we're getting right now. So I'm just speaking to the truth of that. And we may need to throw some more money at that. I don't know yet. We're going to have those discussions. And then I don't know how we go about it, but if we want to send some kind of a letter trying to keep Sergeant Chris, that would be amazing. And if communication could perhaps go out as to where people could reach out to Boulder County and have the opportunity to let them know how they feel about the spraying. Okay, I'm done.
Has Clarion suggested they're near the end of the road or we've exhausted the budget?
They're being extremely we really would like to get this done in January. They started pushing for December and we're pushing back and saying no, but they're not meeting the quality of the work that I would expect at this point.
So we had the same exact issue with the LPPA and that company. They got to a point where it's like, you've extended your contract, this is what you get.
Right.
And then we just started arguing and it was just ugly.
Yeah.
So I feel like, I will say it's been unfortunate because we've had so much turnover on the planning staff. And I think we've gone through 1, 2, 3 planners. And so it's not been easy. So I can't entirely place all the blame at their feet, but I don't feel like we're getting the quality of work that we should be at this point.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to take a step back and look at the statement of work and kind of reevaluate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I completely agree with, support for Sergeant Christ if he wants to stay, and I wonder if that should be a future agenda item, a resolution of support for Sergeant Chris staying with Lions. I'm not sure if that's ever,
If you want it to come from the board as a whole, I
Yeah.
guess, then maybe it works better as a resolution, or you could say we give the mayor direction right on behalf of the board.
Okay.
That may be
Yeah.
another way to do it.
Okay.
If you're more
Yeah.
comfortable, if
Okay.
everyone wants to look at it, we can do as a resolution. It adds another step, you know.
yeah, no, I mean, if, you know, and you don't have to let me know right now, but if you let me know at some point, if you want me to talk to Bill's higher up and or Kurt Johnson, who's gonna be the incoming sheriff.
I actually asked him if it would be also wise to talk to Joe now,
Mhm.
and he said yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
So we really don't have to wait till January.
okay,
This,
okay, good to know. Okay, so my report is that the Boulder County Planning Commission gave the thumbs down to the CMAX proposal, which was a big deal and took 12 hours of meetings. And it was extremely dramatic and went back and forth quite a bit. So the next step is the county commissioner meeting on September 14th. And I'll be attending that. I'll be speaking at that. I'll be sending in comment for that based on what our referral is. So, you know, not based on new information. And we'll see where that goes. The LAHC has not met yet this month, but will be soon. And Mayor Pro Tem and I tomorrow night are going to the CML gathering. If we can make it. And that's about all I have.
That's a question.
Yeah.
So I know they said no to the recommendation to the motion or to the agreement as it was. Did they recommend looking at it or just saying, no, it's over?
Well,
We already talked about it.
that's a great question. So they said that the way they phrased it, first of all, they did not say the town of Lyon should be involved in any negotiations, which was extremely disappointing. And they did not allow public comment at the continuation hearing, which was also extremely disappointing. They did want to communicate to the county commissioners that had this been for 7 years, they likely would have approved it.
Oh,
That was really came out.
7 years was their number.
7 years was the planning commission's number. Yeah.
One thought on that was that the 2030 climate change will be met by 7 years.
Yeah. Trustee Edding?
Yeah, so we just talked to Chairman Kerr on all the UEV stuff. They're not, I don't think they're meeting the next 2 meetings because
21st.
yeah, there's a quorum issue and then Chairman Kerr's going back to Nebraska for the meeting again. Or something like that. And then there's a water save. What is
Smart, growing water, smart.
growing water smart thing next week in Estes. I am gonna be out of town on business, so I cannot go. They wanted somebody from the board to go though.
I don't know if it's still okay to try to
Okay.
get someone else.
So much for that.
There's 4 of us going.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
so we got enough
Yeah,
representation.
that's
all
I
good.
mean, it's always good to have more, maybe if it was for a day. Or I think it's just the sleeping. I'd have to check if they could still get someone in the hotel there.
Oh, okay.
You know,
So I don't think.
yeah, they can.
Yeah, so you can
You
drive.
drive up
for the
to
day.
that.
Somebody wanted to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, be part of it.
All right, the Student Advisory Committee, you read their recommendation on the gun ordinances. They did a fantastic job. I think it's gonna be a little bit of, they're gonna do some stuff from their priority standpoint. And I'll talk about that in a sec, but I think we need to keep giving them things as well. So I don't know, I don't have anything after the gun ordinances, but any ideas I'd take, and these kids are sharp and they're excited. As far as their priorities, they really honed in on one thing and they talked quite a lot about it. And it's something I think we need to take very seriously. They talked about mental health issues of the high school kids in town. I let them go for 45 minutes and just listen to them talk. And it's a much more serious situation than I had realized as far as the amount of kids that are in stress here, don't feel like they're in the right culture. If they are not getting the services they need from the school district, there's virtually nothing coming from the town. They talked about having to go into Boulder to see a counselor or therapist because they had nowhere to meet in Lyons. They didn't want to meet in the library because everybody can see it. So there was a lot going on there. I was really stunned. And so I think at some point, I'm going to ask them to continue the conversation. I don't know what's going to come out of it, but I think it's an issue that might not be something we recognize as big as it is. So that's that.
Thank you.
Oh, one other thing.
Yep.
Also, going back to Sergeant Christ, Officer Rosie also mentioned that he might not be back next year. My understanding was he is a football coach. He is funded by the St. Vrain School District by some grant to be that coach. I would hate to lose him because I think it's enormously valuable having a sheriff in town be the football coach.
Yeah.
Or one of the football coaches. I would hate to lose that. He's done a lot of great for my son, great things for my son. So.
Thank you for that. I just want to respond to the mental health issues. So I know of two people in town who work in mental health. And I'm wondering if there's any way that we can bring those two together, whether it's Cherie, who works with Leaf as a mental health counselor and has done a lot of group work online, but she might be able to start this group work with the.
And maybe you guys can take that offline.
Yeah, we need, because I was like, wow, I'm way out of my depth there.
Yeah,
And
you
somebody
guys should
needs to
definitely
talk to
talk
these-
about
these
that.
kids. But they're not getting it from the school
No,
district.
okay.
School, they didn't have anything to say about mental health issues from the school district. So,
It's a national issue.
yeah,
It's a
it's
huge
bad.
area of focus for those of us who are therapists. Has been for about 2 years. And it's alarming.
So you're a trustee report.
Yes, okay, so it's beginning with the EBC, Economic Vitality Commission, because they have met since our last BOT session. So they met on August 17th. The next meeting will be September 21st. I want to first thank Tiffany Martindale and Eric Leonard for stepping up, because now all the seats are filled. I want to thank Brianna Hoyt as well, whose last day was today.
Yeah.
She was the staff liaison for the Economic Vitality Commission. I would like to know when her position will be posted, how many hours that position will be posted for. I'd like to know if there's going to be a lapse in service because she is the staff liaison. I feel like Kim is covering for her in the interim, but I'd love to know more about what that position looks like going forward. I spoke to them about the comp plan. I went through the entire comp plan and pulled the sections that pertain to the Economic Vitality Commission. And Paul Dreyer, the chair, was really great at creating a chart that they could just simply fill out by September 15th. So I don't know that's been filled out. Hopefully that will be sent in by September 15th. I think that the BOT How to Workshop from the Main Street program on August 1st. They will be presenting at the November meeting of the EDC. And when it comes to the Chamber of Commerce, I'd just like to remind everybody generally, and maybe this is something we can communicate, or maybe this is something they should communicate actually, that anybody can become a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You can imagine how our businesses have been affected over COVID. They're having a really hard time coming back from the pandemic. As an individual, you can become a member for $75. Now, it's my understanding that the town of Lyons was actually a cornerstone member for a fee of $1,500. And I feel like between that financial support and the fact that there was somebody attending the chamber meetings on behalf of the BOT, I feel like that really helped the relationship between the Chamber of Commerce and the BOT. And so I am happy to volunteer my time once a month to attend those chamber meetings on behalf of the BOT and report back to you, because I think it's important to keep this relationship strong.
Right.
And I will also, and I told them as much at the last social. So I've already started that. But I am going to be requesting some money in the budget. Okay, great. I would love to find some money in the budget to become for the town alliance to officially become a member of the, like we were before. Okay, and then for the Housing and Human Services Commission, there are still 2 vacant seats. So again, they have not met since August 15th. The next meeting will be September 12th. I've also shared the draft version of the comp plan and asking them to send comments in by September 15th. It sounds to me like a representative from the management, the Highland Management Company will be available to attend a workshop in the fall for potential applicants for Summit Housing. Where essential services are concerned. It sounds like Lisa Ramsey is working on a vulnerable citizens list, but I am concerned about the hire of the agency on aging. So I'd like to know Lynette Anderson has moved to the substation and working as a co-responder, but I don't know, they were in that hiring process in August. I would love to know, meet, learn about the person who's replacing her. We have a couple of services we're lacking. That one we need to replace. And the Hour Center had a mountain liaison for case management, and that person has not been replaced. So it was Rebecca Major, who also was on the LEAF board, and that position has not been replaced for the past year. So those are two key positions for helping, keeping essential services here in our town. We just need to follow up and make sure that there is somebody in place who's representing Lions or working with people in Lions. The good news is it sounds like LEAF is planning on having a medical access once a week in their new building. They're also planning on laundry facilities. So those were two services or essential services that had been brought up, I think even during the comp plan survey. So those seem okay. I was reminded that sidewalks were essential for people with reduced mobility and people with strollers. So I think we need to revisit sidewalks when we talk about capital improvements. And also there was a request for code enforcement of ADUs. And I'm not sure exactly, I had something here that kind of went into detail about that. I have so many different papers here. I'm not sure where that went to, but I think that's something we need to do. Oh, there it is. There it is. So, and I wasn't here for this meeting. It was the HHSC would like to make a formal recommendation to the BOT for a budget item for code enforcement for ADUs. So
wouldn't that just fall under our code enforcement guy? We don't need a.
They want to make, it sounds like they want to make a recommendation before then for a low interest fund to make loans for these improvements.
Oh, okay. So to help bring places up to code.
Yes.
Okay, that makes
Yes.
sense.
So
Okay.
again, incentivizing, I feel like this is a budget question. I just want to make sure it's on our radar.
Okay.
Because they have made mention of that.
Okay.
There we go. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Delman.
So with Parks and Rec Commission, there's been nothing since our last meeting. But I was contacted by Rocky Mountain Rescue. I was a member for 19 years and they want our support for a ballot measure in the fall to support the fire rescue and EMS services for the county. And I'm not exactly sure. It looks like they want either 0.1% or 0.5% help support ambulance service to areas in the county that are not municipal areas and not covered, and the search and rescue throughout the county, as well as fire services in the county.
Yeah, and the county commissioners actually reached out to me about that, and it's on our agenda for the next meeting to talk about it.
Okay.
So we'll be deciding whether to, as a board, to support it.
So
FYI.
all right, perfect. And that's everything.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. So I want to pause here and see if we want to think about postponing the executive session for tonight, because it doesn't seem like it's something urgent.
Right, I don't think so. Always nice to get more money into the water fund, but
Well, and the market's like all wonky right now. Okay, so I move to postpone the executive session schedule for tonight. For a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. So let's vote on that.
That's the following, the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so then, do we have a legal update?
We're gonna have a substantial legal update at the next meeting. It's been some time to talk about the Honeywell case in detail, so we'll plan on having Paul go ahead come in and do that at the next meeting. Other than that, no, I think I already kind of gave you my Inflation Reduction Act kind of update already, so I think that pretty much covers it.
Okay, summary of action items.
I thought, trustee Edding would like us to address bus stops with parking spots that are directly in front of the bus stop. I am to send the Word doc budget worksheets to the board. The board is to complete those budget worksheets by the end of next week. You can email them to the clerk or to the town administrator or to the finance director. The board requested that the town staff review the fee schedule and staffing and recommend changes for budget. Sergeant Chris was asked to share the new sheriff's email with the Board of Trustees. Ordinance 1130 was moved to the second reading. We are to ask the PCDC to review STRs in the ag zone and come back with recommendations. Mayor Pro Tem asked about fire protection issues. What is the 2022 budget? What has been spent? What is remaining? She would also like to know the status of the Martin parcel, the RFP to mitigate, what is scope and status. She would like to reopen the discussion. I believe it was with Left Hand, Water, and look at grant opportunities.
Fire protection.
Sorry, it's the Fire Protection District, Lions Fire.
Thank you.
And I'm sending you my notes too.
Perfect. Yeah, that was a list.
I know. I realized that it was a lot. And I said it really quickly.
Mayor Pro Tem would also like to look at how the town can support residents to reduce fire risk to their homes. She'd also like an update on dates and information on the LIM program. She would like to ask the PCDC to attend the comp plan open house in October, and then also would like to look at expanding the firearm zoning to additional zones to include safe spaces. The board is going to send a letter of support for Sergeant Chris to remain in Lyons. Also, the board would like communication sent to residents on how they can contact Boulder County regarding the spraying. Trustee Dottie would like to be notified when the Main Street manager position is posted and would like a copy of the job description. She would also like a budget item for chamber membership on behalf of the town. She would also like to meet Lynette Anderson's replacement and our center representative. A request to revisit the sidewalk study, and then a request to look at a loan program / code enforcement on ADUs. Miss anything?
Do you include the change to an ordinance in that, or is that separate? Like there was on 1130, you said to change church to place of worship.
So I just looked at that, it's 12, it shows up 12 different places, so.
Oh, thank you.
It's gonna take
I
some time,
figured,
but
yeah.
we'll get it.
Yeah,
figured.
gets all the changes.
So I've already sent Dolores the two gun ordinances, the changes on those. 1130, I started working on it.
Okay,
When other people were speaking, and yeah, it shows up 12 places. So I gotta.
I'm not surprised.
I gotta
Okay,
work fix it.
appreciate
Surprisingly,
that.
the definition already has places of worship. I just gotta flip flop them.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, well, is there a motion to adjourn? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. We did some
great.
good work tonight.
Yeah, we did.
Tiring work.
Right. Thank you for your words.
Yes. Yeah.
Those